Good. I just saw Richard coming into the room.
Okay, we're live.
Great. Well, good morning. This is the February 22nd meeting of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. And today we have 3 bills this morning, and this afternoon we have orientation from about 1:30 till whenever, probably till 4-ish. I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau. I am the Senate chair of this committee. And I'll tell you that I represent District 32, which is my hometown of Biddeford and surrounding towns. I will turn it over to my co-chair, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner in the House. And I'll call out members of the committee as I see them on the screen, starting with Senator Searway.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which includes Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
And Representative Pluker.
Hi, I'm Bill Pluker. I represent Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union, House District 95. Thank you very much.
Representative Morales.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland.
Senator Lawrence.
Morning. I'm Mark Lawrence, State Senator from Southern York County. I represent the towns of Kittery, York, Ogunquit, Elliott, South Berwick, and half of Berwick. I'm a practicing attorney down here and former district attorney for Prosecutorial District 1.
And Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner in District 37, part of Portland, Fort River Sanctuary, and the airport.
Representative Newman.
I'm Dan Newman, represent the District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Wayne, and Vienna.
Representative Costain.
Hey, good morning, Dan Costain. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Representative Reckitt.
Hi, I'm Lois Reckitt, and I represent the ocean end of South Portland.
Great. And I know Representative Pickett is currently signing on, so I'll hand it back over to Senator DeChambeau.
Thank you. As I said this morning, we have 3 bills. We're going to begin with LD 242, followed by 271, and ending this morning with LD 346. So today we have an 242, an act to support the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission, and the sponsor is Senator Searway. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and fellow colleagues on Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am State Senator Scott Searway, and I represent Senate District 16, which includes Albion, Benton, Clinton, Fairfield, Unity Township, Waterville, and Winslow. And I'm before you today to present LD 242, an act to support the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission. The Maine Bureau of Labor Standards requires firefighters to train, maintain, and be proficient in specific tasks before that they can perform duties required of them at the site of a fire. Since 1999, the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission, the MFPSC, has worked with stakeholders to improve firefighter training and education. However, being a large state without a central state-owned training facility or a firefighter academy, our firefighters are faced with a challenge when it comes to getting proper and up-to-date training. Most of Maine's training facilities are operated by local communities and volunteers, and many do not meet national standards and are failing both structurally and geographically, putting firefighters and Mainers in the more rural parts of the state as a disadvantage. Since 2018, it's been the primary goal of the Maine Firefighters Protection Services Commission to provide the support of live fire training facilities within an hour's travel time for over 90% of the Maine firefighters. You may recall that in 2018, the legislature passed LD 1845, a bill that appropriated funding for live fire training facilities, and the funding was to help the construction, repair, and replacement of those facilities. Since then, Fairfield, Farmington, and Yarmouth have received grants for the construction of the area live fire training facilities, and Auburn received a grant for repairs and improvements to their current facility to put them in compliance with the National Fire Protection Association standards. Some great steps have been made to accomplish the commission's goal and that of the LD 1845. However, there was a sunset in the legislation that did not extend appropriations beyond 2020 and 2021 fiscal year. The legislation before you removes the sunset provision and will provide an ongoing annual appropriations of $500,000 in grant money to fund regional live fires training facilities. Through this ongoing appropriations, the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission will be able to help in providing an even greater number of training facilities geographically located across Maine, providing easier access for all firefighters regardless of whether they live in an urban or rural area. I'm asking for your support of LD 242 today, as I know the passage of this legislation will be beneficial to the firefighters and the Maine taxpayer who relies on firefighters to show up, be educated, and prepared for the duty before them when a fire is underway. Thank you for your consideration, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions of Senator Seaway? Seeing none, thank you. We will now go and I will open it up to those who wish to speak in favor of this bill. I have to ask our committee clerk, I have a list. Are these people ready to testify? Is William St. Michael of the Maine Fire Chief Association here?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Do you want me to bring everybody over here for this bill?
Might as well, so they can hear the testimony.
Senator DeChambeau.
Hi, Representative Pickett?
Yes, I just want to
Okay,
let you know
please.
I'm here.
Well, would you please introduce yourself for the people?
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Richard Pickett. I'm the representative for District 116, towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Pickett, would you adjust your screen? We don't see your eyes.
That could be on purpose.
Okay. Oh, he's having a bad hair day. That's what
Is that better? Is that better?
Yep, thank you. Yes, Representative Pluka.
I'm having a hard time finding the texts for this bill online. I'm just finding the concept draft. Is there some place I should be looking for the text that Senator Seaway was referring to?
I asked him the same question this morning. So Senator Seaway? Whoops, where is he? Senator Seaway?
I thought that was sent out to you, but I will double check and make sure it gets to you right now.
Thank you.
All right.
So we have a number of people who have shown up on the screen who will testify either in support, opposition, or neither for nor against. And as we do every time, we will open it up to Senator Seaway has just made the presentation of the bill. We will open it up to those who wish to speak in favor. I have a list, so from there, well, I guess I could let anybody speak, but a lot of you are here today, so.
Legislators first.
Oh, I didn't, you're right, Representative Pickett. Are there any legislators here who wish to speak in support of the bill? Great. Seeing none, I will call upon the Maine Fire Chiefs Association, William St. Michael. Do you wish to
Yes.
speak on this bill? Okay.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is William St. Michel. I'm the retired fire chief from the town of Durham. I'm the current executive director for Maine Fire Chiefs Association. I would like to ask for your support on LD 242, which will continue funding the upgrades and building of Maine's fire training facilities. I hope LD 242 will be passed and funded in a manner that would allow the work to continue through public law, which was LD 1845 at its inception. Through Public Law 444, we have started to make headway on rectifying the fire training situation in the state of Maine, but have a long way to go. Unfortunately, Public Law 444 has a sunset provision, and that funding will go away if we don't act. I am asking the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, recommending funding LD 242, at least at the previous level of $500,000 a year with no sunset provision. The funding should realistically be increased, but for now we need to make sure that it doesn't go away and the good work continues. Large or small, career or volunteer, the requirements and needed skill sets are the same. The Department of Labor requires all firefighters be trained for the duties commensurate and according to NFPA standards. As we become better stewards of our environment, the use of acquired structures in almost every case is impossible. Many of our existing facilities no longer meet the current safety requirements and have been sidelined, forcing current and new members to travel unrealistic distances to an approved facility. Prior to the pandemic, the fire service was struggling to draw and train enough people to maintain staffing. During the pandemic, maintaining or teaching critical skills has been difficult, to say the least. As we move to the future, the demand for staffing and training of critical skills will only increase. Over the past 3 years, the funding past 3 years of funding, the fire service has made noticeable headway, but we have a long way to go. The fire service needs your help. I hope you will vote to support and fund LD 242. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Mr. St. Michael. Anyone wish to ask Mr. St. Michael a question? I have one just to lay down the ground rule. Where are they training now? Are there like a few of areas where they're training?
The state has a system of training facilities scattered throughout communities. It's not necessarily all state facilities. Some of them are local, some of them are county. In the past, we used to use acquired structures, but because of environmental concerns, acquired structures are going away. It's kind of a hit or miss where they're actually training now. Several of the facilities, actually, as you heard earlier from Senator Seaway, a couple of the facilities are up and online. Those are starting to be utilized. Some of the newer training facilities. Auburn has been renovated. In many cases, a firefighter could have to travel to get their practical skills. They could have to travel up to an hour to 2 hours to get to the facility in the first place, one way. So they're going to do a two-way trip. To get the needed training, in many cases, it requires up to 300 hours, both of classroom and field time. And it's imperative that we try to make this happen. So we put the facilities closer to the people and can move people through the system and train them and prepare them for the fire service.
Well, Mr. St. Michael, thank you. Just as a follow-up, as a clarification, I need this, maybe others do too. We're just not talking firefighting, other aspects of fire departments, hazardous material, rescue. Is that included in the training?
Yes, it is. The facilities are designed so that any of the skill sets that building they could learn at that building will be utilized. In many cases, there's classrooms at that building or that building site, and that's where they go for those. More often than not, classroom activities are conducted in the fire stations.
Yes, thank you very much. I see Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Michael, for being here today. Just so that we can understand more clearly why there is a need for these facilities, can you just give us a little bit of background on why the old way of doing things, of going in and getting an abandoned building or something and doing a burn on that? I know that's not proper, but I just think it would be helpful if you could just give us a brief summary of why that's not acceptable and doesn't meet code, doesn't meet certifications at this time.
Definitely. In regard to the acquired structures, first, in order to train people to the NFPA standards, we need to meet NFPA 1403, which is the standard on training requirements for a firefighter. So the structures themselves need to meet that, as well as the safety concerns. So we have that first hurdle, making sure that the structure actually meets the requirements of 1403 and safety through 1500. But then the next hurdle we have is actually the Department of Environmental Protection requirements in regard to off-gassing, the water contamination, asbestos. So there's many different facets to what's looked at when we can do a training structure. So what we used to do in the past was get an acquired structure, and we could conduct a tremendous amount of very good training on that. But as we become better stewards of our environment and look closer at our environment and try to protect it and preserve it, it's making it very difficult, if not in most cases actually impossible, to utilize acquired structures.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Thank you. Thank you. I now will call on those who wish to speak in favor. I have Buckfield Fire Department. Is Vicky here? Vicky Schmidt, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I am here. Senator Shambo, Representative Warren, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice Safety and Public Safety. Thank you for today's opportunity. I'm Vicki Schmidt from Heber, Maine, and I actually serve with the Buckfield Fire Department, which is a 14-member volunteer department in Western Maine. As a volunteer firefighter and state fire instructor with the Maine Fire Services for almost 2 decades, I urge your support and funding of LD 242. My experience has given me a very good understanding of what it takes to train and as importantly, maintain a firefighter at skilled performance standards. In the 3 years since 2018 and the fully unanimous passing and initial funding support of LD 1845 by the 128th Maine Legislature, Maine's fire services community has worked diligently to reverse the severe lack of NFPA compliant training infrastructure for Maine. The collaborative efforts of the Maine firefighters, our professional associations, our instructors, town officials, Maine Fire Services Institute, and the Southern Maine Community College have been nothing short of commendable. Every penny of the funding and grant awards was completely used for the repair, replacement, or construction of NFPA compliant live fire training facilities. Furthermore, the grant design ensures the commitment, integrity, and responsibility for the future longevity of these regional facilities. The Fire Commission has successfully led this charge, and many commission members themselves have volunteered hundreds of hours to help establish these improvements. The value of the state funding and its return on investment to provide the basis for these facilities cannot be underestimated. The funding is significantly leveraged by local towns who secure donations, volunteer time, and provide hours of work and services to further magnify the grant funding. This is a fully win-win situation for taxpayers, our local and mutual aid towns, our regional towns, the firefighters of Maine, and most importantly, the citizens and property we are dedicated to protect. As a state instructor, I would also like to note these facilities provide many inherent values that are not easy to ascertain. One of the most important is the consistency of their design and operation, making them more predictable and efficient to teach and instruct with. Instructors and program managers can better plan and manage all types of training in these facilities, particularly live fire training, which is some of the most challenging to teach, especially to new recruits. The Fire Commission's goal to have a live fire training facility within an hour's travel time for 90% of Maine's firefighters is not only a noble goal, it is a necessary one. It reduces costs for municipalities while ensuring efficient access to certified training. Not only has certified training proven to be one of the most important retention strategies for trained firefighters, it further works to reduce firefighter death, injuries, and workers' comp insurance claims. As you are aware, firefighters want to serve and protect, and we are the last to ask for help. As I read this before you in a state full of remote listeners, many of whom are some of the best big brothers and sisters a firefighter could ask for, I urge your support of LD 242. I sincerely know the Fire Commission, along with the Fire Services of Maine, will continue to ensure our fire training facility program success. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And Vicki, you did it within 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Some of you may have noticed there's a clock. We have a 3-minute clock, and thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions for Vicki Schmidt? Thank you for that information. I now will look at Tommy McKenzie from the Western Maine Firefighters Association, who is speaking in favor of this bill. Is Mr. McKenzie here? Okay. Thomas Higgins of Bangor.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, all distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I am Tom Higgins, and I am the fire chief in the city of Bangor. The city of Bangor has operated a training facility that was since 1988 that was built through volunteer labor and material. Our facility has trained hundreds and hundreds of firefighters in eastern, northern, and central Maine, and it's been a big part of fire training across the state. However, over these 30 plus years, the building has significantly deteriorated, and although we tried to keep pace with repairs, the building just is not sustainable and will, within the next few years, need to be taken out of service. I've seen these 3 facilities have been built across the state now. They are a significant asset to the fire service with all the opportunities, not only the live fire training, but the opportunity to be able to rappel, to do the search and rescue. And like Vicki had said earlier, to be able to do it consistently by all instructors. It is imperative that we keep our firefighters trained well. And as we bring more people on and we seem to have a real youth, these are very important to the fire service. So without taking up much time, I wanted to be brief. Please, I urge you to support LD 242 and help the fire service as we continue to serve the citizens of Maine. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chief Higgins. Any questions for Chief Higgins? Thank you again. The next person, forgive me, I don't even know how to say this name in English, but in French, it's Michael Robitaille. So, okay, I don't know how to say it in English, so go right ahead, Michael.
You said it very well.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members. I'm a success story. In 2019, our department received one of the grants for the training facility. And I just wanted to report on that. I'm asking for your support for LD 242 to continue the funding and even to consider potentially increasing the funding. Although we'll take what we can get. Again, we were a grant recipient and we say thank you, and thank you. The award was in the amount of $443,000 and was used to construct a 4-story training facility in the town of Yarmouth. This facility is used by firefighters from our region as far away as Kennebunk, Biddeford, Saco to our south, Turner to the north, and Naples to the west. Training at our facility annually totals 16,000 hours. Through our doors, we'll walk over 500 firefighters a year for training. The new facilities provided training to our firefighters in the area of fire tech, fire behavior, ventilation, search and rescue, hose line advancements. And our department personally has the ability to use it at a moment's notice. One of the success stories was a firefighter, a 10-year veteran in our department, who for the first time got to pump a sprinkler system or a standpipe system in this new building. Previously, for 10 years, he's been told how to do it. He's never done it. Now we're able to accomplish it. So I would request you consider, again, potentially increasing, but if not, we'll take all the funding that's possible for these facilities. Our training facility and our training association had to put in an additional $70,000 for that. For the town of Yarmouth, we can do that. We have great funding. But for some of the rural communities, that's not possible. And where we're asking for regional facilities, they may need some additional type funding. I thank you for your support and consideration for funding of LD 242. The future of Maine's fire service relies on this funding, and I would entertain any questions that you have. And again, I thank you for your time.
Any questions for Mr. Robitaille? Chief, right? Chief, okay. You said Yarmouth received 443,000?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, so this 500,000 was every year. So of that, that's the total of what you've received?
That's correct for that funding.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you again. I have, I'm not sure if he's here. Mr. Brooks? Okay. Anyone else wish to speak in favor of this? Oh, there's Dan. Dan?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome. From Winthrop, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and distinguished members, thanks for having me here today. My name is Dan Brooks, and I am the fire chief in the town of Winthrop. And I also serve as the chair to the Maine Fire Protection Services Commission, which Senator Searway is a member of our commission, as well as Representative Lookner. We've asked Senator Searway to put this bill forwards for us to basically, as we've said, take out the sunset provision in the current law. I have a real nice little speech here, but it covers a lot of stuff that you've already heard. So I'd like to throw some facts at you so you have a little bit more of the answers of what we're looking for. Essentially, back in the fall of 2015, we looked at the facilities we had around the state. The state had at that time, seven live fire training facilities. A lot of firefighter training can be done at a fire station, can be done in a classroom, but to actually set the building on fire, to do it properly and meet national standards, these were the 7 facilities that the state's Fire Training Services Institute acknowledged as acceptable facilities to use. They had to have engineering studies to show that they continued to meet those standards. And since 2015, 2 of those facilities no longer meet national standards. So without any intervention whatsoever, we went from 7 to 5. Now, none of these facilities are owned by the state of Maine. The state of Maine does not have any fire training facilities of their own. They work with trailers and trucks to move equipment around the state, but they have no stationary buildings or facilities they can do this. They have partnered with local organizations to do this. So LD 1845, which turned into a law, was to give a $500,000 annually in order to upgrade and replace and repair these facilities. We put it together as one large grant, $1.5 million. And we gave out, after receiving 8 requests, we did 4 grant proposals. One to do repairs to the city of Auburn's facility. We built or replaced the town of Yarmouth's facility. It's a considerable cost to them as well. And we've also built a new one in Farmington. Once the funding is completed this June, we have also put in to build one in Fairfield. We still continue to have one in Portland, Bangor, Ellsworth, and Caribou, as well as the one in Yarmouth and Farmington that we built and the one in Auburn that we repaired. So we're back to 7 facilities, and we will go to 8 once the Fairfield facility is built. However, there is another engineering study due. They have to be done every 5 years. We have no funding for that. And there's ongoing repairs to the older facilities. I know I'm hitting my time limit, but I wanted to let you know that what we're looking at for a cost to build the facility that's in Farmington is slightly over $500,000. So our $500,000 annual appropriation will not build a brand new facility, but it will allow us to maintain the current facilities we have, and every other year we would be able to put enough funding together to build new facilities. That is our ongoing plan. So right now, our basic ask of this committee is to continue, remove that sunset provision and continue the annual $500,000 funding. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone have a question of Chief Brooks? I have a curious question. I'm curious how, let's say, just to take 2 states, New Hampshire and Vermont, proceed with, or any other state, about fire safety and training. Can you share with us what you might know about, or anyone about those states?
Part of what we did is we actually toured facilities in New Hampshire. New Hampshire has their primary plan is to have a single state training facility. They've actually already built a second one, because even in the more condensed, smaller state of New Hampshire, they realized one facility was just too difficult to get to. It's a lot more than just jumping in a car and driving to this facility. You have to bring fire apparatus, you have to bring tanker trucks, you have to bring water to the facility. And at the same time, if 1 or 2 or 3 communities is usually what happens that does that, you're stripping a lot of the emergency services out of that community by sending 20 or 30 people to one of these. So the idea is to try to get them as close to the fire, to the towns and the firefighters themselves to take out that travel time. I'm not sure what exactly Vermont does, to be honest. In other parts of the country, a lot of this stuff is done on a county level, but there is state funding, there's state locations. Maine's one of the very few. It's the only one in New England that does not have a state facility.
Great. Glad I asked the question. Thank you. I have, let's see. I have Representative Renicki, followed by Mr. St. Michael. This is, do you wish to add to what Mr. Brooks has presented, answering my question?
Yes.
Okay, Representative Renicki, we'll let him, okay, thank you. Go right ahead. Mr. St. Michael, yeah.
Yes, In regard to Vermont, Vermont has at least 3 facilities in the state. I'm not sure exactly how many, but I know for sure they have 3.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Wernicke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first start as I'm Shelley Rudnicki and I represent Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And sorry I'm late today, constituent work. I do have a question, and I may have come in after and not actually heard, but the question would be on this is when these facilities are built, because I know there's one planned to be built in Fairfield, what is the responsibility of the communities as far as funding after these are built in the community?
Well, essentially as it is right now, and this is partially because the state has not built a facility of their own and doesn't necessarily want to take on that responsibility. It falls back on that local community. Now, that is part of the reason for ongoing funding is not only would we be able to repair or upgrade more facilities, but also to maintain the current facilities that we have. So the facility that you're going to get in Fairfield is a steel constructed building that's designed for minimal maintenance, but there is a cost and expense that as time goes by, depending on its usage and so forth, that repairs and replacements will have to be done. To what we call reline the burn room, which is to put in a new inner liner, is about $75,000. So these costs are not something we just do on a bake sale for a Saturday or a Sunday. So we are looking for this ongoing funding to assist those communities to keep these buildings up as it's necessary.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all been very good. That's the list I have. Anyone else wish to speak in favor that I don't have on the list? Mr. Gillespie, I have you under neither for nor against. Is that correct?
No, I'm actually for.
Okay, then I will. That I didn't explain at the beginning for some of you who are not familiar with this process. We will ask anyone wishing to speak in support to speak, followed in opposition, and neither for nor against. And I'm sorry we had you on that list. So go right ahead, Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and the Committee for Criminal Justice Public Safety. My name is Bill Gillespie, and I am the legislative liaison for the Maine Fire Chiefs. I'm also chief in the town of Liberty and the president of the Waldo County Firefighters Association and Fire Chiefs Association. We do have a burn building in Waldo County. It's a brick and mortar similar to Chief Higgins in Bangor. It was built in the early 80s by volunteers. We've really had to make some significant changes in that building to pass the engineering study that was put forth 4 years ago by Maine Fire Service Institute. We did invest the money to ensure that we could do that, but we did have to invest additional monies in building an additional burn room. So the realistic approach that we take to training our firefighters in Waldo County, which we do in the area of about 300 firefighters a year, we're dealing with a single 12 by 12 burn room on a 1-story structure. It is very difficult to train firefighters. The real aspect that we're giving them is actually feeling the heat of the fire. In the 128th, I had met with then Representative Erin Herbig, Majority Leader, and she listened to our plight. Myself, Chief Brooks, and Chief Jeff Kamick all met with her and explained what we were dealing with. Right now, that's what we're looking for, is we're looking for continued support. In the 128th, you took unanimous approach with us, and we did make it to appropriations. We did take a hit in appropriations, but at this point in time, we need to continue building these buildings to continue to train our firefighters to the highest level and standard possible. So I thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Great. Any questions of Chief Gillespie? Seeing none, I will ask if there's anyone else that wish to speak in support. Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this bill? I'm glad I don't see anybody. Okay. Anyone wishing to report or make a comment, or I should say speak, neither for nor against? Rebecca?
Hello?
Oh, anybody?
Yes, Jerry Gay. I should have been under the for the bill. Welcome to the new technology.
Okay, do I see you?
I can't get my picture up for whatever reasons. I've been trying to figure that out, so
Okay, your
my
name
apologies if I
is
can't.
Gay. Is it G-U-A-Y or G-A-Y?
GAY.
Okay. Yes, please identify yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, and good morning, Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jerry Gay, and I currently serve as a career fire officer with the Sanford Fire Department with over 38 years. Since 2004, I've proudly served on the Maine Fire Protection Commission and also serve as an advisory board member for the Maine Fire Training and Education. I'm also proudly represent approximately 1,000 firefighters, professional firefighters all across the state of Maine. Over the years, Maine's professional firefighters, call and volunteer firefighters have been working on how to enhance fire training all across the state of Maine, as our access to abandoned building structures became extremely limited and some of our current training sites became unsafe, and some no longer meet NFPA standards. Excuse me. Under LD 242, as we stated earlier, we've built 2 state-of-the-art training sites and want to continue with that mission, one in Farmington and one in Yarmouth, and hoping that we'll break ground in the Fairfield site this spring. Our mission is not over, for we need to continue building these sites, as stated, our earlier sites will become limited and no longer be allowed to be used, as they will again become unsafe to train Maine's firefighters. The need of your support for LD 242 to remove the sunset provision will allow Maine's Fire Protection Commission and Maine Fire Training Institute to complete one of our missions and to provide better and advanced fire training to the current and future Maine firefighters. Thank you for your time, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gay.
Thank
Any
you very much.
questions? Any questions of Mr. Gay? Seeing none, there wasn't anybody who wished to speak in opposition. I will now ask anyone wishing to speak neither for nor against. Yes, Rebecca, welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and distinguished members of Maine's Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Rebecca Graham, and I am here on behalf of Maine Municipal Association. The only reason that our LPC took an either for nor against stance is that we wanted to look at the bill language, but we fully support what is being proposed. You will not, or at least the veteran members of this committee will be very familiar with the recruitment challenges for fire departments around the state. It's very difficult to find volunteers, particularly during daytime hours. And it's even harder if those volunteers aren't actually equipped and prepared to be able to respond. So this is a perfect storm. In addition to the public safety issues and the safety of these individuals, as you heard, the PFAS and PFOA situation has also complicated matters. And these sites will also protect the environment around our communities as well, because they are built to contain all of the substances that are nasty as they get off gas, as you've heard. Additionally, we are using regularly new materials for building and need to be prepared for how those are going to react during a live fire situation. So to stop funding when we are perpetually changing those materials would be a huge challenge as well for many communities. So with that, I'm available for any questions, but I believe that with the bill's language, we definitely support this particular concept anyway.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any questions of MMA? Sorry, Rebecca, that I referred to you as MMA, but okay, seeing none. So no one else wishes to speak, neither for nor against. Well, this concludes this hearing for today. I will tell you, and someone on my committee will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there'll be a work session next week. I've got the 29th. Is that correct, Jane? April 29th. February 29th.
That would be correct. I don't think there is a February
There's no
29th. I
29th.
think it's
Oh,
March
that's where
1st.
I made a mistake. Good.
So next Monday morning, 10 o'clock.
What is that? March 1st, or is it?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. I knew something was wrong on that. It's not the 29th. Okay. So next Monday, and we'll be posting that. This committee will have a work session on this bill and also with the other bills that we're going to hear today. And we wish you well. I wish you well also. Thank you. All right. We will go to our next bill before us right now. And that is LD 271, an act to recruit and retain Department of Corrections facilities support staff, right. The sponsor of that bill is our very own Representative Bill Pluker. I believe I'm correct. Okay.
Yep. You
Thank
are.
you.
Bill, before you go, Deb, could you let all the folks in for the next bill as Representative Pluker is testifying this morning? Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and the entire committee for the chance to present LD 271, an act to recruit and retain Department of Corrections facilities support staff. The genesis of this bill was the legislature voting to give a recruitment and retention bonus to correctional officers a number of years ago. The presenters following me can give a more clear picture about how that came about and how that worked. However, in the process of giving the stipend to the correctional officers, we left out the support and maintenance staff. These employees are extremely vital for the healthy functioning and rehabilitative function of the facilities. Leaving these folks out of the picture was a serious oversight that deserves remedy. I was before this committee in the last session making the case for the correctional officers, discussing how short staffing plagues the prisons. The same issues surfaced as we work to fill the staffing vacancies for support staff. Every bit of rehabilitative programming that we expect to reduce recidivism is dependent upon these people showing up to their job, feeling supported in their work by their employer, and delivering professional programming. When we short these workers, we short the programming and the fundamental mission of our criminal justice system. We know that if more residents of the prisons had access to reentry programming and education, we would see our recidivism rates drop. We have seen the data from around the country that when a resident gets a bachelor's degree while inside, the rates of recidivism drop precipitously. When our residents are sent out into the world with a solid reentry plan, knowing where they will work, where they will live, and where they will find mental health and medical resources, they can stay out of prison. When we cannot fully staff these positions to offer this programming, or we have a hard time recruiting and retaining the staff, we have a much harder time running this invaluable programming for our residents. During the hard times that the DOC faced during the COVID outbreaks, many of these support personnel showed up and performed functions well outside of their job description in order to keep the facilities running. The chronic short staffing of the facilities became a crisis, but people stepped up from all over the system to ensure the facilities were safe and secure. The employees realized how needed they were in a time of crisis. It's important that we recognize that willingness to go above and beyond and tell them with this stipend that we also recognize how necessary they are for the state as a whole and the functioning of the Department of Corrections in particular. I want to take a moment to address some recommendations from the AG's office in regards to this bill. They recommend changing the term guard to correctional officer. I wholly support this change. As a society, we need to recognize that the function provided by our correctional officers is so much more than merely physically guarding the residents. The AG's office also recommends that more work will be needed in order to clarify which positions will be included in this stipend increase. I recommend that the committee work with the collective bargaining agent to nail down exactly which positions need to be included. When we short our staff, we short our programming and our residents, resulting in sending the same men and women back to prison in a cycle which is unproductive for them, our budgets, and our society as a whole. Please support me in finally moving this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any committee members wish to ask any questions of Representative Pluker or clarification? Representative Pluker, this sounds like a bill similar. Is it changed from the last bill that dealt with this, and in what ways did it change?
So last year we heard it was actually Representative Warren sponsored this bill, and I sponsored a separate bill that had to do with correctional officers.
Yep.
And then within the committee, we combined the two of them into one bill. So this, once again, this is not addressing the issues of correctional officers. This is just the support staff.
Okay. Do you know what the background is, why the officers in 2016 were given a $2 an hour raise and not the others, just the correctional officers?
I think there's perhaps Jeff McCabe is in the queue, and I think he could answer the question better than I.
All right, thank you. That's great. No questions. I will look for people who have submitted testimony in support. Let's see. Yes, let's begin with Jeff McCabe. Jeff of MSCA.
Good morning. Can folks hear me okay?
Yep, great.
Excellent, excellent. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jeff McCabe, Director of Politics and Legislation, representing the Maine Service Employees Association, SEIU, Local 1989. I'm here today to urge your strong support of LD 271. Since coming before this committee 2 years ago on this issue, the issue has not been resolved, and those working in the correctional facilities have had added stress of the COVID-19 pandemic, the stress of getting sick themselves, bringing the virus home to family members, and in some cases, workers have gotten sick and have been forced to quarantine themselves and their families. The other new information is that the state has reported its findings of a market study report on compensation from November 2020, and the link is below in this testimony, to the Committee on State and Local Government. My testimony today mirrors the testimony I gave on March 8th, 2019. At that time, the bill before you was LD 802, as has been referenced before, and that link is also below. The issue at hand today arose as a result of a $2 an hour stipend that was given to correction workers as part of a recruitment and retention bill that was enacted as part of the 2015-2016 budget negotiations. They seem to have helped to address recruitment and retention problems at the Maine State Prison for some positions. At that time, the legislature allocated money to the Department of Corrections to choose who would get the raises. Clarity around the process is something we are hoping to better understand and has been an ongoing issue. Many in the legislature at that time and representatives from the two unions that worked on that bill, as well as folks on the staff of Maine AFL CIO, believed the stipends would be given across the board. In reality, that turned out not to be the case. While many corrections officers received the stipend, other corrections staff working side by side with them in the same facilities did not. You can only imagine the impact that this would have on morale and employees in what is a difficult and stressful environment. For state employees, the last decade has been a struggle. It has in many cases just been simply awful. A decade ago, executive branch employees were already far behind comparable private sector workers, and since then, the problem has only worsened. The state has lost many dedicated and longstanding employees with considerable institutional knowledge due to the lack of pay and improved benefits. We had done some survey work back in 2018 when we first brought this issue to the legislature. And there's a number of statistics here as well that I would draw your attention to in the testimony. where we've heard from probably around 83 departments within state government back then. This is a survey that we will do again this year as part of our bargaining efforts. But at that time in 2018, when we originally raised this issue, there was around 83% of state workers were saying they were having trouble recruiting and retaining staff within their departments. 63% of those folks said that there was serious staffing issues across the board. 40% of folks working within the state executive branch reported that they have trouble paying their monthly bills. 60% of folks considered leaving state service. Since January 2009, the state has increasingly struggled to recruit and retain employees. In some agencies, the problem reached a crisis point, and that's when the legislature has got involved. Passing bills to raise funds, stipends, in this particular case, were needed and was in the most severe case. While these measures have alleviated some of the problems, they have also created imbalance and significant wage compression within the state's compensation system. With the report that has been released and will become something that will be a working document moving forward for both bargaining and for this legislature to look to address. We appreciate that the legislature took actions to address wages and recruitment and retention. We now need to address problems resulting from prior administration's misguided implementation of legislative action. This bill before you attempts to correct an issue created by the legislature, and I repeat, this is an issue that was created by the legislature. While the raises have improved recruitment and retention in some positions, they left problems in other areas. There is a number of quotes in here that are information that was provided by workers within the correctional system. You will see that there's some from Maine State Prison, there's some from Long Creek, and so on. These are positions such as support staff, corrections captains, and others, speaking about their firsthand experience. I'll leave you with this one quote. "We can't get guys from the outside pays much better than we do. Why would someone work in this tough atmosphere when they can work on the outside and receive much higher pay? We don't have a competitive pay. We are losing guys every day to BIW." This is why MSCA members look to the 130th to provide support for a number of these compensation bills as we bring them forward and look to address these in the biennial budget that will begin and will be ongoing for the next several weeks. I have included in this testimony a list of positions that we believe are the positions that are not receiving the $2 an hour stipend. Since giving this testimony 2 years ago, I did remove at least one position, and that one position I believe was a director of security position, and that's a position that the state actually approached MSCA and negotiated the $2 an hour stipend be given to make the wages within that position more comparable and at the same time also more competitive. I would say that as it relates to figuring out what other positions may possibly be needed added to this list or removed, probably those questions would be best of the department. I'm happy to take any other questions you might have today. And I do have a lot of information from last session as well that just didn't seem to fit within sort of the parameters of testimony today. But I'm happy to work with your analysts to make sure that we have the same information that we had 2 years ago. And I also did want to flag that I believe the committee spent 6 work sessions on the bill last session. So with that, happy to take any questions, and sorry to speak over my 3 minutes.
Senator, you're on mute.
I was just commenting on the 6 work sessions. Okay, Representative Luckner.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCabe. I wasn't privy to those 6 sessions, but I'm just kind of wondering, would this raise extend to contractors within the Department of Corrections, like WellPath or some of the private entities within DOC?
Thank you, Representative. This would be focused on the folks that are covered under the MSCA bargaining agreement. These are the folks that did not receive the stipend the last time around. There are 2 units within 2 bargaining agents within, actually 3 Within the correction system, there's MSLEA that has a couple folks. I believe those are the firearms instructors. ASME represents the folks that are the correctional workers. As Representative Pluker said before, often referenced as the guards. And then MSCA has supervisory staff as well as the support staff, and we could provide a list to you. This wouldn't include the folks from WellPath, and I appreciate you bringing up the folks that work for WellPath, because I think there's a lot of further discussions that the committee as well as others should be having around those workers.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. No other questions? Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to bounce between here and the Labor Committee today, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't see, if there's anybody who is in the attendees room and they wish to speak, if you would raise your hand. Oh, Representative Pickett, you have a question?
Not a question, but a comment, Senator. I know this is a very important bill, but we got to, I'm sure there's going to be several people to testify on this. If we're going to use the clock, we really got to be letting people know when their 3 minutes is up. That last one went over quite a bit. Thank you.
I agree, Representative, and I'm trying to figure out, I know that when we're in the room, it's just Senator DeChambeau and I that try to police that, pun intended. But it's very difficult, as you all know, I'm trying to read testimony and pay attention to the clock. So if you all see that, help us, okay? And maybe this will be, maybe I'll regret this, but I think, if I was really focused on trying to catch myself up on the bill, so I did fail on that. So please, Representative Pickett, feel free to say we are well past the 3 minutes, and I think that'll be helpful.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I see, to speak in favor of this bill, I see George Peterson has joined us, and he may have submitted testimony. George, do you wish to testify?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Go right ahead. And identify yourself, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is George Peterson, and I am a correctional plant maintenance engineer for the Department of Corrections. First of all, due to policy, I just want to state that anything testimony given here is my opinion, and I do not represent the MDOC on this. That being said, I have worked for the DOC for almost 18 years now. In this time, I have seen many things happen that I found to be totally unacceptable to employees and myself. From watching our retirement benefits being reduced to furlough days for only supposed non-essential employees, to pay freezes that went on for years. This doesn't even scratch the surface of some of the things I've seen. In around 2008, myself, CTI Leon Gary, CSM Tom Stan stood in front of this committee and were thanked for actually adjusting our schedules to burn wood around the clock to save Dorm 3 at CCF. CCF has a wood burning steam plant that actually can heat the whole facility. And it saved taxpayers money somewhere in the vicinity of $350,000 to $450,000 a year on fuel bill. Right after we came out of this, at that time we were considered essential employees while we were working in the steam plant. But after we came out, then we started our furlough days. So I've seen some of these things go on, and as Jeff McCabe has mentioned, the guards and a lot of the positions were taken care of in the AFSCME spots. MESA personnel that are professionally licensed, as in myself, I carry many professional licenses for the state. Also background in boiler engineering and maintenance supervisor. I have guys that work for me that have worked 20, 30 plus years in the steam engineering facilities, paper companies, so on and so forth. And we also oversee crews just as the guards would, or as the correctional employees would. We're out in an area sometimes with 16 to 20 inmates, sometimes less. We don't carry pepper spray. We don't carry tasers or firearms or anything like that. We work with dangerous weapons all the time. I mean, pulp hooks, chainsaws, carpentry knives, you name it. I myself have been used many times to go into places and actually remove inmates to send them out to a more secure facility, handcuff them off a job site. I've been used for many things.
Mr. Peterson, could you wrap it up because of the clock, please? Just.
Oh, yes, I'm
you.
sorry.
No.
Anyways, LD in a nutshell, when LD 1019 came out, it was very difficult for all people because the correctional employees received this $2 an hour, and all the professionals that have to maintain professional licenses that work in the same environment were not given that money. And it has caused quite a hardship and hard feelings, and we have definitely lost good people to this issue. And we still have a hard time getting them because the wage is low.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any questions of Mr. Peterson? I do have a question. We all know that the $2 went to COs, correctional officers. Do they still have the title, and within the staffing you're dealing with, of like correctional trades instructor or something? Do you have the, okay. Did they get the $2 or not?
Correctional trade instructor is actually an AFSCME position.
Okay.
And they actually did receive the stipend, whereas correctional plumbers, correctional plant maintenance engineers, people like that are MESA, did not. And we work right side by side with these people.
Okay.
Sometimes even having them in the same space. I mean, as far as the steam plant at the old CCF site, which is Mount View Correctional now, we've had to use a person that received the $2 an hour stipend to work right side by side with someone doing the same job that did.
Okay. I'm going to ask one more question because I'm not sure of your title, but you identified yourself as a correctional plant engineer. Is that the title of your position?
My actual position title is correctional plant maintenance engineer.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the attendees room that wish to speak in support of this bill? I don't see anyone else. I have a few names here, but if they're not here, I now will ask anyone who wished to speak in opposition to this bill. Seeing none, I will ask anyone who wishes to speak neither for nor against LD 271. I have Randall Liberty, the commissioner, in that position, and Brina Bissell of the Maine Bureau of Human Resource.
Ms. Bissell did have her hand up.
Excuse me?
I did see Ms. Bissell's hand. I don't know if she plans to
there
go
she
ahead
is.
of the commissioner or if the commissioner wanted to go first, but I did see her hand up.
Okay. I'll let the commissioner wrap it up, but I'll ask Brina Bissell. Welcome, Ms. Bissell.
Thank you. Senator DuChambeau, and Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Brina Bissell, Director of the State of Maine Bureau of Human Resources. I'm here today to testify neither for nor against LD 271, but provide you with information that the Department of Administrative and Financial Services hopes you will find beneficial as you consider this bill. LD 271 seeks to require staff in support, maintenance, and other non-supervisory positions in correctional facilities maintained by the Department of Corrections be given a $2 per hour increase in the rate of pay commensurate with the $2 per hour increase negotiated for guards or correctional officers in 2016. I want to clarify that the negotiated increase occurred in 2015 and included additional positions within the Department of Corrections. We certainly understand the desire to affect through legislation the compensation of our hardworking employees serving in these difficult jobs. And I do want to thank George Peterson for his long service for the department. However, we would recommend in the immediate future that the use of other well-established procedures to make appropriate determinations about the pay of these positions in lieu of making the proposed change through this bill. Wages and benefits are generally matters for collective bargaining. In fact, in 2015, a $2 per hour increase was negotiated for all correctional employees represented by the American Federation of Federal, State, County, and Municipal Employees, or AFSCME, effective September 1 of 2015. Also in 2015, the State and the Maine Service Employees Association, or MSEA, negotiated a $2 per hour correctional career incentive stipend for 16 classifications within the professional and technical and supervisory services bargaining units represented by MSEA. Another supervisory services classification was added to the correctional career incentive stipend during negotiations for the 2019 to 21 MSEA contract. The Correctional Career Incentive Stipend is in place to ensure as employees move up through the ranks in Department of Corrections, they are not adversely impacted as they continue to get that $2 stipend. We suggest that the bargaining table would be a more appropriate forum for addressing the pay issue raised, and indeed the state is about to enter routine biannual collective bargaining that provides a similar timeline for addressing the issue as legislation. Following established procedures allows the state as an employer to thoughtfully review requests for pay increases and in an organized manner with a comprehensive overall view of all related state positions. Increasing pay for positions through legislation could lead to many more individual legislative requests, which may unfortunately lead to reduced compensation fairness across state government. A pay imbalance is created when the pay for one group is adjusted without considering other associated groups. Again, while we certainly understand the intent of this bill and we have the utmost respect and support for all of the employees who do this work, we suggest utilizing collective bargaining and already established procedures to review the process rather than adjusting pay through this bill. I did want to clarify for the questions that came up earlier that the classification, the correctional plant maintenance engineer position is in the professional technical bargaining unit for MSEA, and it does not receive that $2 an hour, but it does receive another 15% stipend that goes along with that position. So I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes.
You're on mute, Senator.
Senator, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Now I'm okay. Yes, Mr. Peterson, we're going to let the, am I still on mute? No?
I can hear you.
Okay. I'm asking if there are any members of the committee that wish to ask any questions of Ms. Bissell, and I see Representative Warren's hand is up.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Thank you, Ms. Bissell. This feels like deja vu all over again. since we did this bill last year. And I think you said the same thing. And I think I asked you the same question, which is your suggestion is that this gets dealt with via collective bargaining. I think that was your suggestion last year. I think it was probably suggested the year before. I think it was. So how long are we going to wait? How long are we going to wait for? How long has this been an issue? When did the folks in the other unit get the $2 raise?
In all of the AFSCME positions, so several classifications, not just correctional officers, received the $2 an hour in 2015. And since then, other classifications under MSEA have received it as well through negotiations. Positions that are seen to be in career ladders through corrections. So that has been negotiated ongoing. Several of them, 16 classifications were added in 2015, and then another classification in the last round of bargaining was added as well.
How many classifications haven't received the $2?
It's my understanding that of, I don't know how many classifications, I don't have that number, but of, there are 183 employees who do not. It's also my understanding that the recruitment retention concerns have been more around the correctional officer positions, and that's just my understanding. And that's how this all initially started.
Thank you for that. That a little bit flies in the face, I mean, of common sense, or at least my common sense, right? If I was working alongside someone else, does it really make sense that just one group of people are concerned that folks that they work next to got a $2 an hour? I mean, in these times, $2 an hour is substantial, right? I mean, why would we suggest that it's just correctional officers who think it's unfair that the person who works next to them got an additional $2 per hour? It doesn't make sense to me. And maybe I'm missing something.
I'm sure you're not missing anything, but
okay. I was trying to be kind. I didn't think I was.
There are many classifications that do get that $2 an hour, and in MSEA, as I said, it's called a correctional career incentive stipend. So the intent was because several classifications in AFSCME got the $2 an hour, then classifications that they might promote up through the ranks, we looked at those through negotiations to also continue that $2 an hour. So it was a career ladder incentive stipend so that people wouldn't be adversely impacted as they promote up through the ladder. So that was the intent of that correctional career incentive stipend. There are other stipends that have been applied to different positions, like the plant maintenance engineer, that are market pay stipends. As I mentioned, that classification receives a 15% market pay stipend.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate your information. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see Representative Costain. Oops, wait a minute.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 186 people you just spoke of, have they been to the table since and tried to get this raised to the bargaining table or not?
There have been requests through bargaining to add different positions. Some have been added and some have not through bargaining.
So the majority of the people that we're talking about have not had the opportunity as of yet to get through bargaining, or they have?
They have, because the bargaining started in 2015.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see another hand up. Ms. Bizzle, I have a question. You mentioned specifically the plant engineer. A stipend, could you describe for me how a stipend gets assigned to a position, or what that all means? I understand stipends. If you're a teacher and you coach football, you get a stipend for coaching a football team. but could you explain that in corrections?
Correct. So there are a number of different ways stipends get added, and those are some of the other options that we're talking about beyond negotiations. So the stipend you just referenced, if you coach football when you work at Long Creek facility, for example, if they had a football program, that's a negotiated stipend that's in the contract. So some of the stipends are negotiated. The 15% market pay stipend was done after a market pay study several years ago that looked at different classifications and market, and then there were stipends added to several classifications throughout state government. So that's another mechanism. There's also a statutory recruitment and retention stipend that it can be requested that a classification be reviewed for recruitment and retention. And there's the statute requires a committee be set up to gather the data and make a recommendation to the director of the Bureau of Human Resources for that type of stipend.
Okay, so that last one you mentioned, the statutory requirement, and is that how the correctional officers got their first $2?
No, that's not how they got their first $2. I don't know all the exact details, but I do believe that the funding was provided through the budget bill. And then the $2 per hour for AFS, and it was for AFSME, was my understanding at that time. And then that was negotiated into their contract. We were at bargaining and we negotiated it into their contract effective September 1 of 2015.
Well, having been involved in negotiations, I know the difference between AFSME and MSCA. Not one is better than the other, but you can work side by side, and your union was able to negotiate and the other one, you know, been through that. So, okay. And Mr. Peterson, if you have anything to add, we'd appreciate just a comment on that, please. You're muted there, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. As Ms. Bissell pointed out, there is a stipend paid to the correctional plant maintenance engineer. There also is to a correctional maintenance mechanic. One is starting position, and one is usually progressing up the line. And that was a market change stipend due to the issues of trying to hire people at that low price that they were paying. We actually did try to get through and get some of this taken care of, but it seems very selective as who they allow to get the $2 stipend. And we also have been fighting this fight since 2015. Just
thank you.
topic.
All right, there's a lot to learn around here, so thank you very much. If no other questions for Ms. Bissell, I will now turn it over to Commissioner Liberty, who also will testify neither for nor against.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. I'm Commissioner Liberty of the Maine Department of Corrections, and I'm here to testify neither for nor against for LD 271. The department recognizes the importance of this issue. You know, we take seriously the recruitment and retention of all of our correctional staff. I'm immensely proud of the work that our staff has done, both officers and support staff, especially during this recent pandemic over the last year. Their service has been fantastic. We couldn't ask any more from them. Corrections, as you know, is a very challenging environment, regardless if you're a support staff individual, if you're a boiler mechanic, if you're a trades instructor, if you're an officer, HR professional, it really does not matter. It's a very challenging environment to work in, and these individuals deserve fair pay. The level of conflict and chaos and stress is high in our facilities, but corrections is also an incredibly rewarding profession. Every day our staff create pathways for residents for redemption, to recover from substance use disorder, from mental health issues, educational endeavors, and do all they can for those that are in our custody to help them transition safely back into the community. As the staff throughout the Maine Department of Corrections provide help to those in our custody, it's our mission, and we provide, and I see the pride among our staff knowing that they are in a positive part of an incarcerated person's journey. We agree that with Representative Pluker that the issue of wages, compensation, recruitment, or retention deserve prompt attention and conclusion. However, our testimony on this bill remains the same as it was last session. We support the position of the administration, which is that issues of wages and benefits may be best worked through the bargaining table. As an official stance on this bill, the department is neither for nor against because we would like to allow the collective bargaining process to take place. Our concern is with this bill, if passed, would continue the inequity in pay that the sponsor is intending to correct. It's for this reason the department is in line with the administration to allow fair and equitable wage and benefit practices be done through the bargaining table. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions of the Commissioner? Seeing none, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak, neither for nor against? I don't believe so. The other names that I have are not in the room. So this also will be heard on March 1st. I got to look at my, oh my God, I got a calendar right in front of me. Yes, it's March 1st. There'll be a work session on this and the other bills that we're dealing with today. Thank you all for coming. The last bill we have for this morning is LD 346, an act requiring the use of propane and natural gas detectors. And this is presented to us, I believe, with Representative Reckitt.
And Representative Reckitt, before you go ahead, I'm gonna take good advice from Deb and ask that anyone who are here as attendees that would like to testify, if you raise your hand for Deb, she will let you in here so that we know you are wanting to testify. I think that'll help us, Senator. And then just to let folks know, you get one chance to testify in a public hearing. We're just trying to, figure this out together, but please know that if you raise your hand, we are going to try hard not to call on you a second time. You'll have an opportunity to address additional testimony via email. So thank you. All right, I think Deb's had enough time to do that. So Representative Reckitt, take it away.
Yes, good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and fellow members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. If my screen gets screwed up, it's because my computer's dead and I'm having to do the world on an iPad, and it's not the easiest thing in the universe, so forgive me if I screw up. My name is Lois Galgay Reckitt, and I represent House District 31, which is part of South Portland. And obviously I'm here this morning to introduce 346, an act to requiring the use of propane and natural gas detectors. If this bill sounds familiar to any returning members of this committee, that is because I brought this to you during the short session of the 129th legislature. The bill was reported unanimously out of this committee ought to pass as amended. But like much of our work, it was put on hold due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Part of the conversations that got us to a place of unanimous support was working with stakeholders, including the hospitality industry. Taking the amended language from last session, this bill would require the installation of fuel gas detectors for propane, natural gas, and liquefied petroleum gas. The requirement would apply to owners of multifamily occupancy buildings, fraternity houses, sorority houses, and dormitories that are affiliated with educational facilities, children's homes, emergency children's shelters, children's residential care facilities, shelters for homeless children, and specialized children's homes, and hotels, motels, and inns. This bill is modeled on the laws applicable to those same buildings or facilities with regard to smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. For a bit of background, the concept of this bill came to me last session at the request of my ex-husband following the tragic disaster in Farmington. In speaking with our state fire marshal's office, it became clear that there were no regulations in place regarding propane and natural gas detectors. I also spoke with a member of the Maine Solid Fuel Board who knew there was such a thing. It was during those conversations that we decided the best approach would be to model these proposed regulations along the lines of those governing smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. I hope this committee will once again agree that this is an important step for public safety. I wanted to just add before I close that I did have one piece of feedback yesterday, I believe, from Maine's public universities, asking for a slight wording change, which I'm frankly amenable to. And I hopefully our analyst has also seen that piece. And other than double checking with Rick McCarthy, who I've tried to contact and have been unable to this morning, since I just got this yesterday, as long as it's fine by him and it's, I have no problems with making that substitution at the work session, if we can get the right words and so forth in. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Representative Breckett? Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably we talked about this last session, but I don't recall. What was the cost for these units for the business people?
They vary in prices, I recollect. I did some pricing. They run from like $20 to $90 or something in that vicinity. It's not like $500 or anything, as I recollect. I can try to triple check that. And the other big discussion we had last year was around inns and motels and so forth, particularly the inns. And Hospitality Maine came along after we decided that we would postpone the implementation for a year beyond what we had originally proposed. And so I believe that when this one was crafted this year, I asked them to use the exact same language, but to push the implementation deadline back yet another year. So the innkeepers would have the same amount of time they would have had before.
Senator, follow-up question?
Yes, go right ahead.
So, Representative Breckett, so each room has to have a detector in it, correct? If I recall.
Yeah. If they have, like if they have a fireplace, yes, but not if it's for instance, natural gas is heating the whole inn. I don't believe it would have to be in every room of that inn. It would have to be in the area where the device is, the furnace or whatever. So it's only in the inns we're worried about it because of their gas fireplaces and stuff they were doing.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Representative Breckett? Seeing none, I will ask if anyone wishes to speak in favor of this bill. I don't know if there's anybody in attendance that is in another room. I do see that there were two individuals who submitted testimony, neither for nor against. And that was Mr. Dugal of Hospitality Maine and Samantha Warren of University of Maine System.
Yeah, Samantha Warren is the one who's.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah. Greg, Mr. Dugal, you're neither for nor against, right? So is anybody, no one in opposition to this bill per se. So I will now turn it over to Gregory Dugal. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau, and great job on the pronunciation. You obviously have some French background. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Greg Dugal, and I am here on behalf of Hospitality Maine to speak neither for nor against LD 346, which is the act that would require the use of propane and natural gas detectors. We worked closely with Representative Reckitt and the committee last session on this issue to get to a final piece of legislation, but as you know, it died when the legislature was unable to reconvene due to the pandemic. This piece of legislation is the exact language, word for word, as far as I can tell. We are very grateful to Representative Reckitt for having listened to the concerns of the lodging industry at that time. Unfortunately, those were much different times than we find ourselves in today. What a difference a year can make. It was a year to almost this day that this hearing occurred for the same bill. It is very difficult for us as an association to support any additional mandates on the lodging industry at this time with the financial hardship that has been heaped upon the hospitality industry. We also understand the representative's good and honorable intentions to avoid another disaster with the introduction of propane and natural gas detectors due to the event that occurred in Farmington about a year and a half ago now. So we believed at that time that the original bill was heard and the amendment introduced, that our concerns were taken into account. Therefore, we are hopeful that the language agreed upon initially will remain the same as it is in this new bill. We certainly appreciate the sponsor and the committee taking our concerns into consideration in the past. And I thank you very much and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Dugal? One moment. Well, I'm trying to get the participants. Wait a second.
I see Representative Pickett and Representative Luxner.
Yeah, I did have a system that would tell me which one had their hand up first.
Oh, Representative Pickett.
Thank you. Representative Pickett, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dugal, have you seen the suggested amendment by the Maine Public Universities?
I have not, sir.
Okay, that's probably for the work session. Hopefully, you can, Representative Reckitt can make sure you get that so that and talk that over with you. So I think that would be helpful to see if you folks, if that has any play in how you either support or not support this issue.
Yes, I will request that amendment from Jane. I'm sure she can provide it to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Representative Luckner, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Dugal. Would these detectors have prevented the explosion or somehow detected ahead of time the explosion that happened in Farmington? Is that what you were saying?
I believe that would be true. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
I'll ask you, Mr. Dugal, Hospitality Maine, you represent, if you said it, I apologize, I didn't pick up on it, like inns, hotels, or what have you. What would you venture a guess on the percentage of how many this would affect them?
That's a tough question, Senator. It isn't that many really, but it's probably more than you would think. There are some like themed sort of hotels, like the Fireside Inns for one, have several of the gas fireplaces in their rooms. So they would have a higher percentage, but I would say it's a pretty minor amount, like maybe 15%. It's a lot of small bed and breakfasts. Some of them, that's a theme that they have one in every room, but most do not. So it's certainly something that there's plenty of, but it isn't overwhelming.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have any questions of Mr. Dugal? Seeing none, I thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Is Samantha Warren here? I don't see. All right. So we don't have any more questions on this bill. So I could say that this meeting has ended, but I just want to make, and I'll defer to Representative Warren if she wishes to add anything. It is now 11:45. Our next get-together is at 1:30 this afternoon. We will be having an orientation, the Adult Drug Treatment Court, followed by 2:30, the Opioid Strategic Plan, and 3:15, ACLU, 3:30, the main Uniform Building and Electrical Code. That will keep you awake. It truly is interesting, but probably could be a little dry. So, anybody have any questions or where we're going to go with that? I could close it for now, and we'll see each other at 1:30. Sounds good? All
1:30
right.
sharp.
All right, sir. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so it looks like folks are coming back into the room, the Zoom room. Yeah, Jane.
Hi. In case people didn't check their email from me over the lunch hour, which I wouldn't blame you if you didn't do, I sent all the members the copies of the annual report on the drug treatment program, the evaluation report, and the opioid response strategic plan and the opioid response update, all in an email from me just around noon. So in case you want any of those today, it might be easier to find them there than anywhere else.
Thank you for doing that. All right, members are coming on in. Just going to give it another minute before we get started. Hi, Gordon.
Hello, Representative Warren. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I know that I speak for everybody here when I give my condolences for your brother, who we celebrate in Maine. We celebrate him and everything he gave us. So
Well, thank you.
yeah, the best to you and your family. This stuff is hard. So I didn't want to start without extending that to you. And I know I'm not alone in saying so.
I appreciate it.
Okay, so it looks like we've got folks here. So Susan's in VLA for a little bit this afternoon, working on another bill. So we're going to start off at 1:30 talking about the adult drug treatment court, and we are joined by Elizabeth Simone, Helene Hornby. Yep, I see Helene is here. Richard Gordon, who I see. I haven't seen Ted yet, Ted Glessner. I see Ann Jordan and of course, Gordon Smith. So we had a great presentation last time. And as Jane just shared, she sent out the report again over lunch. But we didn't have time last time for questions. So I will open it up for Helene or anybody else if you want to add any additional information, but then a chance for also committee members to engage on this important information.
Thank you. I don't know whether Ann or Elizabeth or Gordon want to make any remarks, or should I just go for it? Okay. Thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. As you recall, we met a couple of weeks ago, and I made a presentation on the findings of the Adult Drug Treatment Court evaluation. We didn't actually get through the presentation, so we're very gratified that you invited us back. And if it's okay with you, I would like to go back to where we left off. We do have an hour, and so there'll still be plenty of time for questions, but probably refreshing your memory about where we were might also stimulate some questions. So is that agreeable?
That sounds great. I want to make sure that we don't use all of the time with presentation, or we'll have to do this all over again, because I know we have a lot of information we'd like to gather. So please go ahead and then we'll jump in.
Okay, thank you. I know one of the particular questions that you had to do with racial disparities and how we're addressing that. And I'm going to talk about that part of the presentation. Now, what I haven't mastered is how to get the full screen. Okay, I think I got it. Can you see that? Have I shared the screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. So as you recall, what we're talking about today is the adult drug treatment courts. And you recall that they exist currently in these counties: Washington County, Penobscot, Androscoggin, York, Hancock, Cumberland, and Kennebec County has 2 courts, the Co-occurring Disorders Court and the Veterans Treatment Court, which both serve people statewide. The other courts serve their counties and judicial districts. So that's where they are now. And you recall from last time that our major conclusion was that the treatment courts enhance public safety and improve lives at no additional cost to taxpayers. So we talked last time about how through the evaluation of 4 to 5 years of data, we were able to demonstrate that recidivism among people in the treatment court is far lower than people who have similar adjudications, who go through the normal adjudication process, who don't go to treatment court. And what this graph shows, which I did show you last time, was that we measured people at junctures 6, 12, 18, 24 months. This is after they completed the program. And what did they commit a new crime, a new arrest, or in this particular slide, it's did they have a new conviction? And we compared people who graduated, who entered the court and did not graduate. They were expelled or withdrew. Those are the blue and the green. And then the black are people who never had the privilege of going to treatment court. So you can see a great disparity in recidivism rates among those people. And this is one of the strongest reasons that we are saying that these treatment courts are effective, because they really have fewer convictions after the program is through, up to 2 years that we were able to measure. The second reason why we said they're effective is that they do have lower overdose deaths. We were all very saddened this weekend, and many of you probably already knew it, to see that there were over 500 deaths last year, the highest as perhaps ever, or perhaps in a long time. Gordon can tell us that. So mortality is just a huge problem, and the deaths are fewer. They're not statistically different, but they are lower than the comparison group. We actually got data on all the graduates and the people who didn't go through the courts, and we did find lower mortality over this 4-year period. The other reason why we said they're successful is that they provide, it's not why we said they're successful, it's why they're successful. They provide emotional and tangible support to the people. And we spoke to 45 people who had either been through the courts or dropped out or graduated or were currently in the courts. And the 3 things, the 3 major points that they made are from these quotations. This tangible support is something you can't get if you're a criminal in our system, if you're not going through these kinds of programs. I gave up on myself, but they, the treatment team, did not give up on me. And that's a reflection that there is a lot of reuse even within the program. Very often, people get randomized urine tests, or not urine, but other randomized drug tests every week for the whole program. And sometimes people, have used, and then they come back, and if they're honest about it, the treatment court stays with them. And so I gave up on myself, but they didn't give up on me. It was huge. The judge gets to know you, is stern but understanding, and reinforces how proud he is. He sees your progress and is respectful. We saw that over and over again, and they do everything they can to help you. And that means that the treatment courts give a lot of tangible supports, like housing. They help you find housing. They help people find employment. They help them get their car, get a driver's license if it was suspended, or get car insurance. The really important tangible things that you need to get back on your feet, especially if you're already a criminal offender, which sometimes makes it harder, they help you with. So that's just a little summary of some of the things we talked about last time. We also talked about the cost last time, and we were getting towards the end, and I had to gloss over it a little bit. So I just wanted to go back to this. As legislators, you are obviously responsible to be fiscally responsible when you approve any of these programs. And we were able to demonstrate that the programs are cost effective. And the way we're able to do that is that we actually got data on how many days people spend in jail and prison and on probation, got the costs of those, and calculated that for both what we call our treatment group and our comparison group. Our comparison group are people who had traditional adjudication, who did not go through the courts. And for the treatment group, we had to add in the cost of case management, of the actual treatment, which is contracts that the state has with treatment agencies, such as Catholic Charities, and then the judicial time, because judges do spend more time on these programs. About 20% of their time is dedicated to a relatively small number of people compared to their normal caseload. So we added up the time, and then we also, for the treatment group, we also added up the time that people spend in jail, prison, or probation, and that's for people who actually did not succeed, did not graduate. Only about 50% or slightly more than 50% actually graduate. So we had to consider, even if they failed, how much did it cost for them to go to jail, prison, or probation. We showed you a few minutes ago that if they did fail, they still had a lower recidivism rate just by having been through the program, because even the people who dropped out were in the program for a year, as opposed to about 18 months for the graduates. So the total cost for a person, it was $38,000 for treatment court. And when we compared it to people who have traditional adjudication and added up their jail, prison, and probation time, it came to $43,000. And so the 38 is less than the 43. And one other point I wanted to make about this is that because people in treatment court have lower recidivism rates, the savings magnify over time because they don't come back as much. So this highlighted column where it says treatment cost per person, the 38,000 comparison to 43,000, that's what I just showed you. That's a 12% savings off the bat, or $5,268. That's at the time of the exit. But if you look down the road at the 6 months, the 12 months, and the 18 months, the saving percentages actually increase because they don't come back as much. So you don't have that repeated cost of new recidivisms. By the way, you all remember that I'm an independent contractor. I'm not here to advertise the courts. I work for Public Consulting Group, and we did a totally independent evaluation of this. So that's some of the cost benefit that I wanted to talk about. And next I want to talk about the recommendations. Even though it's working well, we still found a lot of things that needed improvement. And I can turn to that now, or I can pause and see if you wanted to make any comments or questions first.
I do have one member raise their hand. So Representative Morales, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Hornby. I was wondering, before we move on, whether you've had the opportunity to compare drug court success and cost with public health models such as like housing first models and supportive housing models that organizations such as the Corporation for Supportive Housing has the data and evidence on. and just really looking at whether, because coming from the supportive housing side, the cost could be much less when you remove the judicial costs from that, and whether there is efficacy there, and whether we actually need to have that judicial piece in order to sustain recovery for folks and get them back on their feet.
No, we didn't look at that. Are the people in these other programs adjudicated? Do they have crime? They've committed crimes?
Yeah, there are folks who have severe and persistent mental illness, which are the most difficult to house, and those who are most often in our emergency rooms and jails and prisons and district courts.
No, we didn't. And I think you're the first person to raise that. So that's an interesting question. I don't know whether Ann or Richard want to comment on that, about that population versus the population in adult drug treatment courts. Any other, Ann?
Ann, yes.
Good afternoon. I think the difference is that our drug courts target high risk, high need individuals, and individuals with a persistent mental health issue is not always criminally a high risk, high need situation. They do still have high needs for addressing their mental health concerns, but they are not necessarily meeting the high risk, high needs definitions.
Thank you.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, back years ago, I dealt with several people that, in fact, I was assistant jail administrator and we had drug court back then. And also when I got to be in patrol, I got to deal with some of the inmates that were they were allowed to be home, but they had one-on-one supervision. And this one individual I remember was a dangerous individual if you went up to him if you didn't know him. He knew me, so he got along with me. So they asked me to check up on him every so often. And but I don't know how do you measure the statistics on whether they could be on their own or if they've got to be supervised, under the jails, or how did you measure that?
A danger, that's an admission criteria. Danger to society is one of the exclusive criteria, and there are certain offenses which are excluded from admission. But there has to be the notion that if they're on probation or the case managers or law enforcement can supervise them adequately in the community in order to be admitted in the first place. And I do have a little slide on the reasons that people don't get in, and that could be one of them. But I don't know if anyone else on the team wants to comment on danger.
I have a similar question to, on the team, sorry, not our team. Excuse me, please go ahead. I do have a question when we're ready.
I just was going to point out that when we talk about high risk, high needs, the risk that we're talking about is risk of failure to thrive on current level of supervision. It's not a public safety risk. If someone poses a legitimate risk to public safety, they shouldn't be in a drug treatment court. There are other programs that they could go to, but the programs, the treatment court programs, shouldn't have the staff or public, threatened by having somebody in the program. And as Helene said, that is one of the exclusionary criteria.
Someone else wanted to make a comment?
Thank you for that, Mr. Gordon. That's helpful. And I think that goes to a bit of what Representative Morales was asking, which is a question around if the drug courts only admit folks who don't represent a risk to public safety, right? So I'm sure that you sort of don't accept the nonviolent, the excuse me, you only accept the non-violent, the non-serious crime, the non-sex crime? No?
Not the non-serious crime, no. Last time I showed you how the felony classes A, B, and C, D, well, felony is A, B, C, that over 70% of the people who are currently or have been in the court the last 4 years had A, B, or C felony.
Okay, so
And
violent crime and sex crime?
sex crimes are not admitted. Violent crimes may be admitted if the underlying cause for the violence was something to do with, a substance use disorder, a mental health disorder, but not someone who's got a history of violence. If it's someone that's going to put the staff in danger, we're not going to have the case manager meeting with them one-on-one. And when we go through the entry process, that's where the district attorney or probation officer will present a history of the person, and the judge makes the call as to whether somebody would be considered a public safety risk, and if they are, they would not be admitted into the program.
Okay.
I believe Elizabeth wanted to mention something about that as well.
If I may, Representative Warren, to speak to Representative Morales' question, I think if I'm understanding the question correctly, I'm aware of the housing programs that she's speaking of. I think the difference in the populations that we are serving in the drug court is that they have typically a pretty tremendous criminal history that's gotten them out of the district court level. They're in the superior court level, typically looking at a lengthy DOC sentence. And so they come into the drug court instead of going to Department of Corrections. They have this alternative. And I think they're already pretty well established in the criminal justice system. So lesser diversion, meaning less judicially reactive, if that makes any sense, is not what these folks typically are looking at. I think other efforts, certainly with other people, are quite productive, quite cost effective, and make a huge difference in citizens' lives and also communities. This, I think, is a different batch of people, and we would always repeat that phrase, high risk, high need, for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, that's helpful. That was what I was trying to get at. Thank you for that. Seeing no other questions right now, Ms. Hornby, you were going to share things to work on.
Thank you. Yes. So we categorize these things in three broad categories. Structural, managerial, they have to do with like statewide questions of how the whole program runs. The court processes and the treatment team are issues that are particular to individual courts and may vary. And community relations is something that we all have to work on, which I will tell you what that means, but to get people more familiar with the treatment courts and to understand their successes. The structural ones were the statewide ones. We wanted to point out that there are 2 judicial regions that do not have any treatment court at all, which is Region 6, which includes Knox, Lincoln, Saginaw, and Waldo, and Region 8, which is Aroostook County. I showed you earlier where the courts exist, and they exist in every other region. So as far as program expansion, we think that those, as a matter of equity, those 2 regions should hopefully get a treatment court in those regions. The second area, on institute a new management information system. The state has a decommissioned system called DTICS that they used for years. Then they moved over to the enterprise information system, which was not adequate. So there needs to be a new way that they can track the cases. The kind of evaluation we were able to do and get all this data back to 2015 was because they had the information in their systems. The case managers actually track, every urine test, every drug test that's administered, every sanction and reward that's given, and so forth. And so we were able to get robust data, and they can also share it with each other. But right now, that ability is not there, so they're working on trying to get permission to get a new system. The third thing on the enhanced AAG and ADA time on the treatment team, I don't know if you recall, Megan Maloney spoke to you a while ago, the district attorney who's head of the DA Association. And she talked about this as well, picking up on what we had said. One of the biggest problems in expanding the program is that the other members of the treatment team, especially the ADAs, do not feel like they have sufficient time to sit on those teams. The treatment team meets every other week in conjunction with the drug court. And they go over the cases and they're present in the meeting. So it does take a good deal of time, and they're basically borrowing from their own caseload in order to participate. So that's been difficult for them. The fourth area, institute a common online training for the whole team. When people join the treatment team, that team includes the prosecutor, the defense counsel, the case manager, the treatment provider, that'd be the substance abuse provider, the judge, sometimes law enforcement. But they right now don't have one common training that they all go to. Training has definitely improved in the last few years, but there's not kind of a common training, which is available from national associations and it's available online. So we would like to see within the first 30 or 60 days for everyone who's new to the team to participate in that. So those are kind of some of the structural issues, the statewide kind of things. But there are also things that are different from each court. By different, I mean, some of the courts have a problem with it and some of them don't. So we want the courts to look at their own practices. One of them is called upfront time, and I think this relates to this committee as well. Some prosecutors want people who are being admitted to the treatment court to serve time in jail before they start the program. And they call that upfront time, upfront jail time. That is not acceptable to the Bureau of Justice Assistance, which provides funding. The federal agency does not approve of it, and it's also against best practice standards. Most courts don't do it, but some do, and we're trying to convince the prosecutors that no one should be required to go to jail before they go to treatment court. The other thing is the suitability discussion, that even though people meet the objective criteria and they are assessed by the case managers and the treatment using tools that are approved, standard tools for assessing people for their eligibility and those high risk, high need criteria that Richard and Elizabeth referred to. So after they pass that bar of being suitable, then they go to the treatment team for discussion. Not suitable, that pass the eligibility criteria. And sometimes some less than objective conversations get into the process of accepting someone about whether they're suitable based on other things like, I in our small towns, I know their cousin or their aunt, or they've failed before, they'll never do it. And that kind of thing, maybe some things that are a little more rigorous than that, but more subjective kind of opinions that don't really relate to their abilities to succeed. So we've observed it, we've heard about it. We want to point out that those really need to be curtailed on the treatment team. Using more creative rewards, one of the major tenets of the whole process is that people get rewards, incentives, rewards, and sanctions based on how their behavior over time. And some of the treatment team, some of the participants talk to us about the kinds of rewards that are really useful to them, which are tangible things like helping get their car insurance, but also things that might reduce their burden of participating a little bit, like getting up in front of the line if they have to have a drug test, or having their curfew suspended for a special occasion. I want to go down to the expanding the number, well, reduced time from referral to admission. That varies all across the state from the amount of weeks it takes from the time they're referred to the program to the time they're actually able to start. The problem there is that very often people spend time in jail while they're waiting, to hear, and that's obviously not good. So that has to do with trying to speed up that process. A lot of times there's negotiations that go on between defense counsel, prosecutors, and so forth, but some courts have managed to reduce the process. 30 days is the standard for that. So the courts that are above that now will be working with in the next several months to figure out how that could come down to the standard of 30 days, especially so people don't have to spend time in jail while they're waiting. The next two are the things that I want to talk about with some additional slides, which is expanding the number served. And we're focusing on three things: Blacks or other people of color, veterans, and increasing the client acceptance rate, which is people who are admitted but choose not to do it, and enhancing the mental health component of the courts. So I'm just going to talk about those two things. The racial disparity.
And Ms. Hornby, I just again want to, we're halfway in to the time. And I really do think the learning comes from discussion often, and you've given us the report. So maybe just 5 more minutes so that the members here can engage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. On the racial disparity, just time myself 5 minutes. Okay. I assume this is one of the things that you'd want to hear about in the 5 minutes. So just as a background, the population in Maine is like 1.4%, very small, either Black or African American. Our comparison group are people who have traditional adjudication, people of color who did not get into treatment court because they weren't available or whatever, and that's 5%. And then people who actually did get into treatment court, which is 2%. So what we're looking at is how to correct the disparity between those who are eligible, the 5%, and those who actually get in, the 2%. And we're working with the courts to do a self-assessment on that particular topic, which we are providing each court with their own information, looking at referrals, admissions, and graduations by race. And we choose these 3 junctures because it implies different strategies that they're going to pursue depending upon where their problem is. If they do not have sufficient referrals of people of color, and we're dividing Black people and other people of color, including Native American and Indigenous people, if they're not getting sufficient referrals usually come from defense attorneys, prosecutors, probation officers, occasionally self-referrals. So when they look at their data, we're giving each court their own data, then that's the group that they're going to have to target as far as increasing referrals. When they're looking at admissions, if their admissions are too low of people of color, if they're getting referrals but they're not getting in, then they have to look at their own processes of the treatment court team, especially the judges who really make the final decision on the admissions. And if they're looking, the third thing we're giving them is graduation data. If people are getting in, but they're not graduating, people of color, then they have to see why aren't they getting through the program. And that usually has to do with the treatment team and the treatment providers. In other words, are there more things that can be done in the community to support it, like to support it within their own communities, and also the treatment providers. Sometimes there's certain ethnic groups that they have to take different approaches or whatever in the treatment. And there's a lot of literature that's growing about that particular subject. So the only other point I will make, I won't talk about veterans unless you tell me to later, is the co-occurring disorders. We have one separate co-occurring disorders court in Kennebec. However, most people, not most people, about 2/3 the people who have a substance abuse disorder also have a co-occurring mental illness. In drug courts, those illnesses are depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, and bipolar. And the treatment providers are already required in Maine by their contract to treat co-occurring disorders. So we're encouraging each court to work with their own treatment providers to see what they need to do in order to make their own courts more suitable for treating people with co-occurring mental health and substance abuse disorders. So I'll stop there for my 5 minutes.
Beautifully done. Thank you.
Okay.
And could we stop sharing screen?
Yeah.
So that I can see who's here and who's got questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see. Figure out how to stop. That seemed to do it.
Great.
Did that work? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so questions from the committee. Seeing none, I will start off. I just had a question about, I know in some states, and I just can't remember if that's true here, do you need to plead guilty before you're admitted to the court?
Generally, yes, in this state, but I'll let Ann or Richard comment on that. There are different models, and some of them are probation. Of course, they're already pled guilty. But Ann or Richard, do you want to?
There are a few courts that accept diversions within Maine, but by far the vast majority of people that are in the program have already entered a plea, entered an agreement where they have a good outcome and a bad outcome. And the bad outcome may be a specific sentence, or it may be anything that's could have been sentenced. That way it allows the judge to take into account, whatever progress they've made during the time that they were in the program. So it's very unusual to see somebody get a sentence that's at the maximum, or a truly harsh sentence if they've made any progress at all in the program.
And how's progress measured?
Progress is measured basically on whether they attend things. Most of the judges, when they come into the programs, the two things they stress are show up and be honest. Because if they show up and they're honest, we can work through just about any issue and get them into the beginning stages of recovery, and then support them as they move out from court supervision to community engagement.
Great. Thank you. Representative Morales.
Thank you. Kind of going back to the frame, and I bring up homelessness a lot because we know it's linked to criminal, folks who are involved in the justice system are also involved in the homeless system. They're unhoused and cycling through, the most expensive systems that we have, right? Our jails, our emergency rooms, our shelters, our courts, being policed on the streets, kind of all of those things intersect each other. And I just wanted to know, like, from our perspective of drug courts, and just so you all know, I have sat in drug court a number of times years ago when I clerked down in York County and over in Lewiston district courts. And I greatly appreciated it. I think it's probably evolved quite a bit since then. And, my experience from it, 15 years ago was it was lower level. Folks would get in. So my sense is that's different, but that there's still lots of case management involved, still lots of mental health and social services. So it is a wraparound, which I think is excellent. I do still question whether we need to have the judicial expense and time given the number of cases that judges have to deal with. And so just wondering that, just putting that out there. Also wondering about assessments for homelessness. I heard someone say that we do find people homes. I've never heard this in drug court, and I'm excited about that working in the housing field. I want to know much more about that. And then what risk tool do you use to assess that public safety piece of it, of who gets in and who doesn't. My sense is it's not necessarily just the crime. It's that public safety risk tool. So I was wondering what that is. And then the last one, and this is more to Ms. Hornby, around that cost analysis of, sort of that return on investment that we're trying to show here, or that we're showing here. I'd love to see that data that you had to make that determination of $38,000. I may get the numbers wrong. I don't have it in front of me, for drug court, and what that time frame is. And then I think you had $43,000 for not drug court.
If you look in the, I'll answer first, and we'll go to the other two, which I think Elizabeth probably will want to talk about. If you look in the report, you'll see what we actually looked at, the number of days that the actual people spent in both the treatment and the comparison group. It's in the report. We have a cost per day. We have whether they were jail, probation, or prison, and you can see the averages. So start there, and then after you look at that part of the report, I'll be glad to talk to you.
Yeah.
If you have more after that.
And the underlying data that you use, Ms. Hornby, to make that analysis. I know the committee would love to look at that, as we're trying very hard to think about efficiencies in the system. That would be great.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth, do you want to talk about the finding homes or the risk tools?
If I may, thank you. Representative Morales, the housing is screened for at initial interview by the case manager. There's also a housing needs assessment. We are contracted and required to deliver that assessment when we're initially meeting with someone under our contract with Office of Behavioral Health. So that happens at every intake. And we are actually, I think, at the thanks or graciousness of the shelters, we are beholden to them. We place many people at a shelter in order to get started. When people are coming out of jail, they don't necessarily have a safe place to return to. I think teams are very leery of putting people or permitting people back wherever a crime had initially occurred or use was happening. So folks are going into shelters and then receiving some of the benefits of the services of shelters to get more stable and more permanent housing. It's not always the case. We've had some different housing models, Hancock County in particular, and I would love to speak to you sometime if you wish about that. In terms of the risk assessment regarding public safety, we don't use a dangerousness assessment as we would in a domestic violence case concerning lethality. We would use a cascade of tools. So for criminal history, we use the same tool that Department of Corrections uses, which is the LSIR. We'll go through that. And then if someone does have a domestic violence charge, we look at the ODARA score as well. And then there's a variety of other screening tools we use for substance use disorder and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful.
Representative Morales, you should also be aware, in our drug court report, we list out what the different screening tools are that are being used. And additionally, we have worked with actually a graduate of our drug court who is now with Eastern Maine Development Corporation, which secured a $7 million grant recently.
Oh, Doug.
Doug, yes, Doug.
Everyone knows Doug.
Everybody
knows Doug.
And that grant has provisions for housing, education, transportation, childcare, and that can be used, even though it was EMDC that got the grant. They've gone out to other groups all across Maine to make those funds available to assist drug court individuals.
I didn't know about the housing piece. I actually asked him to come and present recently, and I didn't hear that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I could also address the idea of having the judges involved in this, the National Association of Drug Court Professionals, which puts out the best practices, stresses that is actually the key part of the drug courts. It's having that 3 to 8 minute interaction between the participant and the judge, where the participant is getting positive feedback from somebody in authority, which for most of the people in the programs, that's the first time that this has happened. That is the major catalyst for change, because they're in a program, they're in a situation that, the last time they were in wasn't a good outcome. And now they've got somebody with power over them saying, you've done a good job, do that again. And so it reverses their fear of the courtrooms, and it helps engage with the judge and then outside of the courtroom, with society in general.
Representative Lookner.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks everybody for coming to speak to us. My question, I guess, so earlier it was being discussed, kind of relapse and, people who are go back to using and then they say, oh, I've been using. How tenuous is their placement? Or, so what's the criteria? Because, relapse is a part of recovery. Do people get kind of thrown out pretty easily, or who's deciding, like, oh, how honest, I dropped the dirty UA, but then I didn't tell my whoever in group that, and then that's held over my head, and then all of a sudden I'm back out, so how tenuous is placement? And I guess just what's the criteria there?
May I speak to that, please?
Of course.
Yes, please.
Lookner, that's a great question. I don't think it's tenuous at all. Most people that go through drug courts have a number, and it can go into the double digits of times that they use again. What is a premium is honesty, but not everyone is honest. And so the courts use a system of graduated sanctions and incentives to address the behaviors, to try to extinguish the negative behaviors. If, for instance, I were in court and I used and I lied about it, if it were the first time and I was early in the program, the court would look at me differently than if it was the fifth or sixth time and I had progressed through treatment modules. So depending on what I had been exposed to for intervention and how long I had been there, and then also my attitude in presenting what had happened, every response is individualized. So there's a lot of time and care spent. I think we have a lot of data that would show that people have been in violation multiple times, but still can be very successful in program.
Thanks.
Other questions from the committee? I want to go back to the question I asked about if people need to plead guilty in order to participate. And it sounded like, in the most part, people are pleading guilty to participate in the drug courts. I think you said there are some deferrals out of the system, I think is what I heard. When somebody completes drug court, is their charge cleared? So do they no longer have that charge on their record?
May I speak to that as well, please? Okay.
Please.
Madam Chair, it's such a great question, and I scribbled a lot of notes when you were speaking earlier. First of all, someone can successfully complete drug court and have their charges completely dismissed. But what will happen is an individual, if they're applying for a job or have some other type of high-level background check, you will still see some of that information, because it doesn't just go away. So even though a charge is dismissed, you can see that a charge has been laid. Ms. Jordan can speak more eloquently to that than I. The other thing that I wanted to suggest to you for your consideration is, yes, almost everyone pleads in order to get in. They either have to say affirmatively that there was a probation violation, or they plead to whatever is charged in exchange for the deferred disposition layout of, as Mr. Gordon said, good plea, bad plea, meaning what happens if I graduate, what happens if I don't. The interesting thing for me has always been the length of time, as Ms. Hornby articulated earlier, between referral to program and admission to program. And I would suggest that this could be something the committee may wish to wrestle with, because to me, it really ought to be about the time of the instant offense to admission. So we have a protracted experience, even though teams are working on it, meaning there's all of this legal not posturing, because it's real work in terms of trying to decide what a good plea offer would be, looking at the background, conferring with a client, making that decision. Do I want to go to prison? Do I want to do drug court? If we could hit people earlier and not require a finding of guilt up front. And the idea that we have often talked about, and of course, because I work at an agency called pretrial services, when people are presumed innocent still, it is attractive to me, I must confess. There is an opportunity, if we have additional courts in the state of Maine, such as in District 6 or such as the county, to look at an alternative format and then study that side by side with what we currently have for a post-plea model, if that makes any sense.
Mhm. It absolutely makes sense. And so thank you for that. And we can all understand why there would be worry around this issue, right? As we think about, although now we're in Zoom rooms, but as we think about what's happening generally in the room next door to us, the Judiciary Committee, we're seeing that folks who are indigent are really struggling to have representation. That's an understatement on my part. And so in order to get into this court program, we're saying you have to plead guilty. In order for us to help you, you have to plead guilty. I mean, that in itself is fascinating to me. And then the other part, and then not everybody is cleared. Tell me about good plea, bad plea, because what I worry about is this bad plea idea. And if somebody makes the decision and goes, I want to do this drug court, I really want help, I really want to get out of this situation I'm in, and they just don't make it for all of the reasons that we know that people struggling with substance use disorder stumble. Is the bad plea, is what they end up with also sort of a punishment because they didn't make it in this either? So tell me a little bit about good plea, bad plea, and how does bad plea compare to no plea, right? If somebody just takes straight, I'm getting my time done and getting out.
Typically, you don't see a harsher plea.
Typically?
So typically it would be whatever you're facing, whatever your exposure is, if you don't make it. And more, and again, I should defer to Ms. Hornby, Ms. Jordan and Mr. Gordon, but typically more and more we see people plead open so that we can have a downward. So someone has exhibited, back to Representative Lookner's question, has exhibited some time and progress in program. They can have a lesser plea, that bad plea, if you will, which would be what they would normally typically be facing, is perhaps diminished even further because of time well spent.
Thank you.
There are often charge reductions from felony to misdemeanor for the graduates, but maybe Ann or Richard want to talk about what happens if they don't graduate. By the way, most of these pleas, a lot of the punishments are 3 to 5 years. I mentioned that 70% are felonies. So they are looking at a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know.
And they can't count their time, right? Can they count the time they've been in the drug court against their 3 to 5 years? They don't get credit for the time.
I haven't heard they do. Richard?
I don't think they do.
My understanding is if they are in on a probation charge, the probation is told, and so they are not accumulating probation credit. But anytime they spend in custody, which we are trying to move as far away from custody as we can for punishments, they do get credit for that. And we've done a pretty good job over the last several years of reducing the amount of jail time that we use. As far as the good outcome, bad outcome, I have seen since we've gotten more buy-in, if you will, from certain district attorneys, that what's happened when someone graduates is they'll look at that good outcome and actually give them a better outcome to reward them for their success. So while we say good outcome, bad outcome, they're not locked into either one, because if they do really well, if they graduate, even if they graduate and didn't do spectacularly well during the program, the district attorney still has the ability to come back and give a greater reward. It's kind of, the floor. I probably have my floor and ceiling mixed up, but the good reward can get better. The good outcome can get better. Sorry. The bad outcome, that is a ceiling. It's not going to go higher than that. And as Ms. Simone had indicated, most courts now are not allowing to have that. It's just an open plea, which gives the judge a lot more leeway in coming up with a final sentence so that they can give credit for what was accomplished in there. And I have not seen anyone who's been terminated from a program who's received a harsher sentence based on that open plea, as opposed to having a ceiling of a bad outcome. Every time I've seen it occur, it's been better than what the bad outcome would have been.
There is also a provision under the state criminal rules that would allow an individual, and typically the district attorney would have to agree, but would allow an individual to withdraw their plea of guilty to the original charge, thereby giving the court the option, depending upon the facts and circumstances, to either outright dismiss or by agreement of the parties to reduce the charge to a misdemeanor with no additional jail or probation time involved. For those in our probation court, if they enter drug court because they're on probation, while their probation is told, there was always the option for the Division of Probation to move to terminate the probation early and send the individual on their way, so to speak. And when I say terminate probation early, I'm not talking about terminating them and sending them to jail. I'm talking, you're all done probation. You did well, good luck. And we're not going to go forward with any more probation requirements. So those options are available there as well. I just do want to stress that, as Elizabeth briefly mentioned, as far as, quote, making charges go away, the Criminal History Records Information Act does say that the dismissals of charges are supposed to be confidential, but there is a conflicting First Circuit decision that prohibits the court from doing blanket cleansing of records, so to speak, and making records confidential. I can't remember the name of the case right off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to provide it to the committee so you can see where we are. There was a challenge in the First Circuit to Massachusetts policy and law that said they could just automatically seal up records so that an individual didn't have to report it. There was a challenge by the Boston Globe, I believe it was, and the First Circuit ruled that you can't have blanket sealing laws because it's a violation. So I can get that case decision to the committee if you so wish me to do so. But there can be, if it's dismissed in view of a plea from a felony to a minor misdemeanor, that can and does occur in the drug courts on occasion.
It seems to me a way to help people would be to not charge them in the first place. So, and I know that's not a decision that you can make. I'm interested in that case, but it's just, it's fascinating. I think about, and then I'm going to, one more question from Rep. Morales, and then we'll move on. We're at our time. What keeps coming back is, if you took everything that you do in the drug court system, which is basically just provide the support that many of us naturally have in our lives and other people don't. If you did all of that separate than the judicial system, if we just provided people through a public health approach what they needed when they struggled with substance use disorder, we would have higher success rates and less cost. And maybe a way to get closer to the public health model is to not charge people with a crime in the first place. And Ms. Hornby, if you had any data around that, not for now, because I'm definitely over my time, But if you could provide that to us, we will be as a committee making some decisions around drug courts. We always are. And I just think it's important for us to be able to make these comparisons, because there is actually more than just they went to drug court, they went to jail. They went to drug court, they went to jail. Oh, we just gave them the supports that they needed and we saved all of that. So I'm just interested in that data point. I see Representative Morales and Senator Searway.
Thanks so much. Another piece of data that I'd love to know about is the ages, and Ms. Horma, you might have had this in your slide. I'm sorry if I didn't see it, but just who's accessing drug courts and the age ranges. I'd be really interested to know about that. I'm really interested in sort of the late adolescence period of 18 to 25, where we know folks age out of criminality, age out of substance use if they have those community conditions. Also wondering, understanding that our BIPOC communities are represented about 12% in
Our what?
our prison system, BIPOC communities. And wondering, do you want me to spell that out? BIPOC?
Person of color?
Black, Indigenous, people of color.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
They're represented 12% in our prison system. And is there a strategy so for drug court that we seek to have a higher percentage of our BIPOC community members accessing drug court, and what is that strategy that you all are working on?
Right, I did talk about that a little bit. I rushed through it a little bit, but we're giving each court its own data on how many, the referrals, the admissions, and the graduations by those different categories, and giving them a process for assessing where their problems lie. But I can review that with you some more.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Ms. Jordan, did you have an answer to the question? And then Senator Searway.
On the age issue, if you go to page 26 of the evaluation, you get the breakdown by both age, and then further on, you get the breakdown on gender.
Great, thank you.
And we did find gender was equally represented. Females are equally represented in the system.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a question for Richard Gordon, I guess. When Representative Warren brought up about, the judicial system, the problem, as a law enforcement officer, when we go to these calls, usually there's a crime committed. And we have to try to do what we can to quell the problem. And if it's serious enough, sometimes we have to make the arrest. And I know a lot of these issues, if there's a charge, that it can be dealt with in the courts or with the DAs or whatever. And I hope, I don't know what you think about that, but do you think it would be dangerous to just eliminate that piece of not charging them?
Thank you for the question, Senator Searway. I'm not quite sure. It's not quite sure how to answer that because I've worked in treatment courts for the last 12 to 15 years. And so all of the people that I've worked with have come in after having been arrested. The programs that I worked with prior to moving to Maine, the majority of the cases that we had referred to our treatment courts were done as a diversion. We probably had a 65-35 split, diversion versus probation. And at the end of the treatment court program, for those who were purely diverted, the cases were dismissed. And we found that worked extraordinarily well. But it also worked for the 35% that we had that were on probation. And so one of the key things with the treatment courts is the reason that it works with the judicial branch being involved is you've got some accountability. And one of the things, like the New England Association of Recovery Court Professionals, their slogan is where accountability where compassion meets accountability. And so by having the courts involved, you have both that compassion and the accountability. And we really are moving away from using any type of harsh punishments, because punishments may stop current behavior, but they don't change future behavior. It's the incentives and the rewards, the showing up to court, being told you're doing well. You know, like we had in one court, we had a guy who was doing everything wrong. And instead of the judge coming in and saying, you've done everything wrong, he made the guy identify 5 things he'd done right. And after he identified those, he said, now do those again. And in the next 2 weeks, I want you to do 4 more things right. And it's these 4. The guy came back 2 weeks later, he'd done the 9 things right. And 3 months after that, he was the participant of the month in that program. So you know, I think it works to have the judicial branch involved because they're usually, as you said, there's been a crime committed.
Thank you.
I think the other thing to keep in mind, since 70% of our clients in the drug courts have committed a class A, B, or C crime, while we strive to assist these individuals on their path to recovery, we also have victims of the crime that are out there. And there's the balance there. We have had a number of individuals who have done very well, and the victims have been pleased with the outcome of the drug court because of the abilities to change. We also have to remember too, that we've had situations where the participants, in addition to them making changes in their lives, they've been able to make changes in their families and their children's lives. There was a participant once I watched up in Washington County who had been doing very well. He was about 9 or 10 months along in his program. He was given a pass to go to Bangor. He was working now. He went to Bangor to go Christmas shopping. And he told the judge that what he learned most from that experience was it was the first time in the 6 years of his child's life that he didn't provide Christmas from the dollar store. And that was just incredibly compelling to hear that the pride in his voice, that he was able to provide his 6-year-old an incredible Christmas because he wasn't spending it seeking out substances and using the money for substances. So there are those changes that are out there as well. That would that have occurred? He had an extensive criminal history. So the question becomes, would that have occurred on a straight public health model or a straight diversion model or whatever? I caution about having just one model, because you just like substance abuse takes treatment and recovery takes so many different paths. I suggest there need to be a variety of different options. There are programs, say, for instance, there's a really good program in Phoenix and some other cities where Portland, Oregon has another one where persons are diverted by the law enforcement agency, but they have a different structure. They've got different monies. They have different services available, which may not very well be available, particularly in our rural areas.
I think you said it so well. That was a wonderful way, and for us to wrap up, and that's exactly what we're looking for, is many ways, and some that in Maine keep people out of the criminal. We haven't gotten there yet, but we're going to keep working on it. And I so appreciate this information from all of you. Please keep in touch. This has been, I know you spent a lot of time with us, but for us in the decisions that we make, I promise you it'll be well worth it for us. So thank you so much for the time. And I know Gordon is staying with us. Up next, we are talking about the opioid strategic plan. And again, we had time booked with Gordon, and we utilized most of it with a presentation, which was wonderful and very informative. And now today's our opportunity to sort of dig in and see what do you as committee members have for questions. But please, Gordon, if you have anything you'd like to bring to us before we get started, please feel free.
Thank you. Representative Warren, and let me start by doing an appropriate segue from the drug courts, because we do have 5 recommendations in the strategic action plan, 6 actually, I guess, that relate directly to the drug courts. So I can very quickly tell you that, as I did, I'm sure in my previous presentation, that I'm a very big fan of the drug courts. So is the governor. And I've gone through the many recommendations, and you haven't touched upon all of them today. I know it seems like you've given us a lot of time, and you have, but there's some questions you've touched on that actually I think are dealt with in some recommendations that we haven't had the opportunity to talk about today. For instance, I think there is a recommendation that deals directly with trying to move more to a pre-charge, pre-plea system. And again, they're just recommendations. That's not even to say that they're necessarily accepted by the judicial branch. But those, my first thing in the strategic plan is that we have as a future activity, and those future activities, in my opinion, begin in the state's fiscal year, July 1st of this year, is to review the recommendations from the evaluation for potential implementation. So, because many of them cost money, not all of them. So that's in our recommendations in the plan. We also have as a current activity to promote and expand the diversion programs, and including the treatment and recovery courts. Then we go to some more specifics regarding supporting the peer-to-peer mentoring programs for participants in the courts, and expanding the training for prosecutors, defense attorneys, and participants in treatment and recovery courts. And then finally, we have a recommendation to connect recovery coaches who have graduated from the court to mentor potential court participants and court participants. So again, I think expanding into the 2 judicial districts that have none would be something to look at. And that's all I'll say about it. I think you've had great access to it. I'm very pleased that I was brought into the Drug Court Advisory Committee before the pandemic. So in my first 13 months, which was pre-pandemic, I was able to observe at least 2 court sessions, as well as the more extended period of time when the teams meet to make the recommendations preparing for the court sessions. I also attended a meeting of the New England Drug Court. Now we're going to call it, as you know, treatment and recovery court meetings. So I know probably just enough to be dangerous, but I am very, very big promoter of the drug courts. Now, treatment and recovery courts. Having said that, I'll repeat one thing I said before, and then I'll just make a couple comments on the announcements last week on the overdoses, and then take questions. On last week's announcement by the Attorney General, that was a very important announcement on Wednesday, because it was not only the first release of the monthly overdose data, first time it's ever been released by month, pretty much close to the closing of a month. So these were the data from January 2021. Historically, they'd been presented quarterly and annually. It also was the first time that we'd ever talked about the non-fatal overdose. I think there's a lot of reasons to do that. And they're much more difficult to track, but they're very important. That's very important data, of course, because the people who have survived their overdose are at great risk of a fatal overdose if we don't provide them with some other paths. And then it was very important, I think, because our first month was a horrible month, the worst month ever since these records started coming. So January of 2020 was a bad month too, and there is some seasonality to this. But I'm really pleased that the Attorney General did not delay his interest and commitment to get these numbers out when we have them and engage the public in that discussion and see if we can't get their support and community support, because it's certainly going to take a community to drive these numbers down. So I think, oh, and it also gave us a chance, and we'll do this each month when the data is released and put on the new website, maindrugdata.com, we will also talk about what we're doing about overdose. And so we had a good opportunity last week to talk about our options initiative, both the media piece, but more significantly, the people on the ground right today in 10 counties, with 3 counties recruiting, 2 counties recruiting, and I think 4 counties still recruiting. 2 are actually interviewing people. But we think the best way to keep people alive is absolutely to reach out to them with a behavioral health specialist. And that was last week. And I think, again, that people, they're horrified by the numbers, as they should be. There were 58 fatalities suspected, 29 suspected, and 29 confirmed. And understand that it really is the willingness of the chief medical examiner and his office to allow us to talk about the suspected overdoses before the toxicology tests are confirmed. That's the only reason we're able to do these now on such a rapid basis. And I am very appreciative of that. Some numbers will change. We'll have a footnote that say these numbers could change as the toxicology tests come in, but they, based upon all the data we've had for years, they don't change much. They change a little bit. And this was also an important announcement because we did announce the total overdoses for 2020. And not surprisingly, that was also the worst year we've ever seen. And with about 503 fatalities. So with that, you know, I could talk all afternoon about the stuff and what we're doing and the plan, but you've now had a chance, I hope, to at least glance it over, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I can keep you relatively on time, I think.
Thank you, Gordon. Yes, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gordon, how would you track like the non-fatal overdoses? Is there any way we could, like, if they could call a pharmacist or somehow notify a pharmacy or somewhere, how we could track that better?
We look at 6 sources of data every week. The EMS runs, the emergency department, people that show up in the emergency department, OD map, where we're trying to map the location, and well over 60 police departments and sheriff's offices participating in that. The office from the chief medical examiner, that data, and the data from the Attorney General's office, which is still distributing naloxone to police departments every 3 months. So we take a look at all of that, and that's what's giving us the report. Dr. Sorg, the researcher, goes into some detail in last week's report about the fact that we know we're missing a lot because people aren't calling 911. And we've got, fortunately, a lot of Narcan out there. So many people are being saved, but they're being saved at home, and we may never know. Now, you raise a good point that, you know, we could require people, I suppose, if they participated in the reversal of an overdose, to report that, but I have no expectation that we could enforce that in any way. One of our media campaigns has to do with the Good Samaritan law that many of you participated in 2 years ago, and we really need to educate people about that, and educate law enforcement about it, so that we really do need people to come into the system if we're going to be able to track the successful reversal. And that's so important too to our options program, because we're trying to do outreach to that individual. And if we don't even know that they overdosed and then we can't reach out to them. Great question.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Representative Warren, and thanks everybody again. So I happen to know a number of people who are in recovery. One gentleman who was just seeking detox. He's trying to get into detox. He's a opioid user, and he had to go up to St. Mary's up in Lewiston, and it took him a few days to get in there. So I'm just trying to get kind of like an overall grasp on the situation in the state. I seem to recall a few years back, there was a detox in Westbrook that was pretty low barrier, and that shut. I don't know what happened to that program. You know, what is the state doing? What are we doing to ensure that there's low barrier detox available to people that is immediately available, that isn't just, you know, you got to go to Lewiston if you live in Portland, or, you know, if you live in Presque Isle, you have to go to Bangor, for instance.
We do not have enough resources, Representative Lookner. We're particularly weak in the area of what we now call medication, medically supervised withdrawal. You and I would commonly refer to that as detox. And there's really only, St. Mary's is the one hospital that does detox, but they do mostly alcohol. Drug detox is mostly done in two facilities, at Milestone in Portland and in Hamden at Wellspring. And the state supports both of those, but it isn't even close to what we need to do. And even more, even a more significant need, and these points are made in the strategic action plan, that we don't have any location for an adolescent to be medically supervised. When there were more people, I don't want to get involved in the issues regarding Long Creek, but actually when there was more kids at Long Creek with substance use disorders, there were medically available people there to assist them. Now there's nothing, and we have a group of people, committed people, to find out what we do about that. And I actually think that St. Mary's is working with us, and that might be the answer. But again, to cover the whole state, no, we are very, very weak. I've said for 2 years, we are very weak in detox facilities. We're very weak on adolescent treatment and detox, and we're very weak on residential care. I just received a communication today. It's a very typical communication from the governor's office, somebody that's communicated with the governor's office, parents of a gentleman in his 30s, and he needs more than just a 28-day program. And unless you are a person of wealth and can go to a private facility somewhere in this country, it is extremely difficult to find such care in Maine. So we do have a treatment facility opening, I hope, in the spring in the northern part of the state. We absolutely want to increase all kinds of treatment, but those particular needs are acute. And I'm not surprised you heard about it.
And just a quick follow-up, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thanks. So isn't the program in Portland, which you mentioned, it's Milestone, they're closed for the pandemic, aren't they?
Well,
not accepting patients.
I'd have to talk to Oliver Bradeen, the executive director, to know exactly today what the status is. The problem was that because of COVID, they had a shelter for men, a homeless shelter on the first floor. And so they needed to take our detox beds on the second floor to separate the COVID positive people from the non-COVID. So that did absolutely affect the availability of detox at Milestone. I believe there's some detox beds now available now.
Okay, good to know. Thanks.
Senator Lawrence.
Thank you. And I want to thank you again, Gordon, for all the work you're doing on this. This is such a crucial topic. And I apologize to my colleagues. I wasn't able to get on for the segment on the adult drug court, adult drug treatment court. But in the context of this opioid strategic plan, I just wanted to ask you, Gordon, and adult drug courts are one of the best ways to get treatment in this state. The treatment courts are a tremendous way to get people into, and I've seen it in my own experience, it's sometimes like 3 to 4 times the cut in recidivism that you get in regular court settings. But the problem is that there are so few who can go through drug court. And in order for it to be functional in any way in helping the state, we'd have to dramatically increase. I would say it's under 1% of the people who need to be in drug court are able to go, drug treatment court are able to go through. Is there any plan or any source of funding to dramatically increase this in the state of Maine?
Well, a beginning, of course, would be to have a drug court in the 2 judicial districts that don't have one. There's a bill in the legislature to do that. There was last session. And we do have some funds that we expect. I mean, some of those funds, for instance, are from the 2 stimulus bills in DC. Some of them may come, hopefully, from some settlements. We had the settlement with McKinsey 2 weeks ago. We have the money from the prevention and treatment fund. Again, that was the result of LD 793 that a handful of you would recall. We dramatically increased the licensing fees for manufacturers and product registration fees. It's not a lot of money. There's $1.8 million right now in that fund, and that should be about what we'd get every year. But again, all of these are what I like about saying this, and there'll be a lot of people who won't want me to talk about what money we have. But that's all uncommitted money. Now, it's not here now with, that $1.9 trillion package that's talking about in Washington. There's quite a piece of that to increase the substance use block grants. But again, it's not here yet. The money even from McKinsey isn't here yet, and that's in the control of the Attorney General's office. But actually the 1.8 million is here now, and we're with the commissioner and the team on this Thursday to prioritize our projects for that 1.8 million. Now, again, you can only fit so many projects in 1.8 million, but again, that would be enough to cover one of those judicial districts if that's the direction we went in. So I think that there is some opportunities there. Very frequently, as you know, the money for substance use in the state is not largely coming from the general fund. You all understand that. There's a tiny bit that comes from the Fund for Healthy Maine, and the vast majority comes from the Substance Use Disorder Block Grant coming from SAMHSA and the state opioid response grants coming from SAMHSA in Washington.
Well, I appreciate that, Gordon, and I just encourage you in these discussions to look at those settlement funds, similar to what was done in the case of tobacco, to use the settlement funds, not for other purposes in the state, but to focus on the problems that were created. And to just give you an example, when I was in York County, we could do 25 people a year in drug court. I would estimate close to a third of the cases going through the county were somehow drug or alcohol related. That would be about 5,000 cases. With 25, you're not even hitting 1% of the people. And if we're going to do something, we need to have a dramatic increase, not only in the location of the drug courts, but the amount of people who can go through treatment courts. It is by far and away the best cure in the legal system for opioid addiction.
I really appreciate those comments, Senator, because I don't disagree with anything that you've said. I'm sure that a great many people who are caught up in the criminal justice system would benefit from drug court. It's not inexpensive. The time of district attorneys, the time of the intensive case managers, and that money is coming from the Office of Behavioral Health, the judge's time. And so I was surprised as I was learning about drug courts, honestly, last year at how much money is spent. But I was incredibly impressed with how much time and effort goes into helping a single individual. I have no doubt that it is 12% cheaper than actually a person being in jail, don't get me wrong. But we don't want to be naive that it is about resources. And but yes, we absolutely need to increase the capacity of those courts. Now, again, if you look carefully at the report, the capacity in 2020, not the capacity, but the numbers went down dramatically, but that's because the courts shut down. And so that wasn't related in any way. It's just like a lot of my projects in the emergency departments.
Yep.
You know, we would have a much better situation in Maine today in terms of treatment and particularly treatment in the jails if it hadn't been for the pandemic. I mean, imagine I had projects all over the state to get low barrier access in every emergency department. We were up to about 22, and then people stopped going to the emergency department. We had programs on MAT going on in every jail. Some of them very small, but we were making progress. And then all of a sudden we couldn't get into the jails for good reason. So again, I'm not making excuses. The pandemic has changed the way all of our lives, for all of us in all kinds of ways, but it has certainly affected our work in trying to have an adequate response to the opioid problem. And as I said, again, I want to be sure to answer your questions today, but I really do feel it's been my responsibility to remind people that of this epidemic, continuing epidemic within the pandemic. And the pandemic will get better. It is getting better in some ways, but we're still going to be left with a horrible situation with substance use disorder in the state that hasn't gotten better and won't until we do things a great deal differently with a lot more different resources. And that's what our updated strategic plan, I think, will do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, for getting that question in there. I think it is so important to recognize that while drug courts are, when they can wrap around folks, serving them well, really we are talking under 1% of the people that actually need them. So Gordon, just a couple questions for you, things that I've been dying to ask you since you were here last time. But quickly, where are you referencing the 1.8 million from?
That is the it's called the Prevention and Treatment Fund that was established in LD 793.
Yes.
You
Okay.
will recall it was President Jackson's bill.
Got
It was handled by the Judiciary Committee next door to you. And it started out as a completely different type of bill on liability of the companies, but ended up with using this Minnesota approach of just increasing licensing fees. And only New York, Minnesota, and Maine have that. The last time I looked, the company sued the state of New York, but they lost, which absolutely enhanced our ability to collect the funds without a lawsuit. And now we can spend them. And back to Senator Lawrence's question, all of the settlements are structured so the only thing the money can be spent on is opioid abatement and mediation. We've learned a lot of lessons in the tobacco settlement that they all have to be spent in that area, but there'll still be disagreements about, well, does it go to drug court? Does it go to residential care? Does it go to harm reduction? There's so many needs, but the resources are increasing, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. My second question is specifically about the options program. in the article that came out in response to the overdose death release or the data release, the article talks about mobile response teams. I still don't have any access to the RFP or what this process is. I can't seem to find that anywhere. So if you have that, that would be great. I did reach out to all the crisis response teams, even the ones that are participating, and they don't have the RFP. So I'm trying to understand what model this is based on. But part of the work, well, here's my question. What do the mobile response, who are the mobile response teams made up of, and how are they being dispatched? Is this through E911?
No. They are behavioral health specialists, you know, a social worker, an LADC, some type of person with training in clinical behavioral work. And there's 5 agencies that have been contracted to hire these individuals and get them on the ground, partnering with EMS, law enforcement. Some might be embedded in law enforcement, as they are in the city of Portland. Some may be embedded in EMS. Some may be embedded with a treatment provider. Every county the partnerships will decide where the best place is for that individual. We've got 10 of these already, 10 of these individuals on the ground today. And as I say, they'll be all 16 will be on the ground. We get them together. We've got a meeting with those 10 on Wednesday. It's based upon a model that we've seen as successful. I don't call them mobile response teams, I'll be honest with you. We used to call them co-responders. We now prefer probably the term as they are really a liaison to the other partners in that area, whether it's a syringe exchange program, police department, or what have you. And there was a wonderful story in the front page of the Kennebec Journal about the individual that was hired by Crisis and Counseling to do the work, and she's going to be embedded in the police department. Some people don't think they should be embedded in the police department. That scares people away who are using drugs. I think each county is going to be a little different. And again, you know, we're not naive. I mean, I'm going to have one person in Piscataquis County, one person in Aroostook County. But if we can save some people and show that this will work, and we're already seeing some positive impact from the media piece. We've had 17,000 visits to the website, knowyouroptions.me, knowyouroptions.me. And those are being driven by the TV ads that you've seen with Jasmine, not with Chantel, with Justin, with David and Shelley Yankowski. And so there's a media piece as well as the on-ground piece, but that's who they are. There's no reason I'm just trying to remember what the process was. I doubt that because of the timing that we did an RFP, we probably did some kind of invitation for willing and able agencies to submit and get this contract. I mean, it did take 6 months to put the thing together, but whatever criteria was used, we should be able to get you that immediately.
That would be great. Thank you. What I'm trying to ascertain is, how does this behavioral health specialist get connected with a Mainer in the field who needs these services? Is this a strictly, we're still going through the criminal justice system? Or is it, you know, it's those sort of, what percentage? I'm just trying to get a sense of, I think we only get to the point where we can evaluate what the success rate of things that aren't attached to the criminal justice system when we start testing things that aren't attached to the criminal justice system. So if that makes my question make sense, that's where my frame is that I'm trying to figure out, where is this embedded? 2 million, how is this working to the average Mainer? That's
Yeah.
the piece.
Well, and that will cover a couple years, and it's not adequate in my opinion. I can best.
No, I was saying 2 million it's more than we have. I mean, I will say, we put a lot of money into the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, right? And so this money, it matters and it means a lot, and I appreciate it, and I'm thankful for it. And I'm trying to get a sense of how do people access those services, right?
It's not, I don't mean to interrupt. It's not general fund money. Most of this money is coming from, again, the federal grants. However, this will work best. Look at with two different situations. One would be the syringe exchange programs, where we've expanded from 7 to soon to be 12 to 15 sites. The one part of our system, who are we trying to reach out to? We're trying to reach out to people who are still have a substance use disorder, who are still using drugs and are at great risk because the drugs they're using are so dangerous, and they're obviously not getting a lot of successful pathways to recovery. So where do we find them? Well, the two places that we most readily find them would be, again, confidential clients of a syringe exchange program. But we can still partner with our syringe exchange programs for anyone that is to see what more harm reduction strategies can be employed for their population. The yearly report from the syringe exchange programs is just about to come from the CDC over to the legislature. The other place we find individuals, obviously, that need our help are again, the people surviving their overdose. And if we know about the overdose because it was in EMS attended it, law enforcement, OD MAP, we can't force ourselves on individuals. Confidentiality can be an issue. But if we're working with a family or treatment providers, if people are willing to meet us halfway, then we can extend more help to that individual. In Massachusetts, in the most successful programs, they reach about half the people who have survived an overdose. That's better than we're doing now. So if we can even come close to reaching half of those individuals, then we should be saving lives. So those, I think, in the best cases, there's two places where we're going to intersect with the people who need it the most.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I appreciate it. Representative Morales, and then we'll move on to the next presentation, which starts in a couple minutes. Thank you, Gordon.
Thank
Representative.
Thank you. And thank you, Gordon. This is really helpful. I just want to, because the last time you were before us, you talked a fair bit about stigma.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. And today you're talking a fair bit about lack of funding. Yes. And my sense is we know the solutions.
Mm-hmm.
We know the solutions. We know about stigma. We know the public health experts. They're out there and they are strong, and I'm so grateful for them. I rely on them 100% for every single policy I'm putting forward, because it's all about public health in my mind. And it's about the economy, because you can't have one without the other. But when I think about what we're doing here on those two pieces of stigma and funding, right? The criminal justice system really intersects with those two important pieces, because the criminal justice system causes stigma, which goes to why, right? You're saying people aren't calling 911. Why aren't they calling 911? Because they'll get arrested.
Because the police come. Mm-hmm.
And we didn't go far enough to really show folks that we actually need you to live. Our children need their parents to live. They need the brothers to live. I can't talk about this without crying, but it's really such a crisis level. So there's that.
Yes.
But also the criminal justice system causes that second piece that you raised a lot today, the lack of funding to save these lives, because we spend so much criminalizing what we know. We heard drug court talk all day long today about these folks aren't a public safety risk. and not enough folks are getting in there. And so it's a big problem. We heard Commissioner Liberty say there are 500 empty prison beds today. And in our jails, there are 50 to 60% of the jail beds are empty. And we haven't seen, and maybe I've just missed it, but I haven't seen any reductions in state funding for our criminal justice system. So it's such an issue, and I know you talk about it a lot, and I know we're thinking about it, and I'm really excited to see these recommendations. But it is our job as policymakers to use our taxpayer dollars wisely and use it to save people's lives. And so I plead with you that we continue to have these conversations about how our systems can best care for people. And I care deeply about young people, and they're not immune from all of this.
Oh, and thank you. And it's kind of a rhetorical question, but I understand absolutely what you're saying. There are a number of initiatives in the strategic plan, by the way, that to divert people from the criminal justice system before they get charged with a felony. And that's so important, our Project Hopes and things like that. But it's very complicated in the sense that all of our pieces are important. Prevention, we got to be there in primary prevention. We got to be there with treatment. We talked about that, particularly in reference to Representative Luckner's question. We got harm reduction we have to deal with. We just had the worst year we've ever had. And recovery support. We got to support people with recovery housing, recovery-friendly jobs, recovery coaches, recovery-friendly communities, all of that. And recovery centers. I'm a huge fan of them, and you've got a bill in the legislature to have a recovery center in every county that we don't presently have one in. I'm doing all I can to support the ones that we have. So I absolutely understand, but when it comes, you are the Criminal Justice Committee. If I was before the Education Committee, we talk about social emotional learning and all that. And all I'm saying is that I'm not the only person on behalf of the Mills administration that gets to interact with the Criminal Justice Committee on criminal justice issues. I have great partnerships with all our recovery and prevention cabinet, which is every single commissioner. But the five I work with closely are the ones that are on the children's cabinet. So Commissioner Liberty, Commissioner Soschek, Commissioner Lambrew, Commissioner Macon, and the Department of Labor. So, I mean, that's about all I can say, is that I do understand. It doesn't mean that I don't have an opportunity to influence what is said by the administration before your committee on these bills. All I'm saying is that I might not win. These are very complicated issues. And I greatly respect the team that we have working on them. And I think actually that we have a lot more in common in terms of what we agree to, how we get at this problem. But it's going to be, it's going to take a village, stigma, resources, more treatment. But I know you're all there with us, and it's going to take all of us. So thank you. I know I've kept you a little bit over, and you've been very generous in both my appearances before the committee, and I'm very appreciative.
Thank you. We are appreciative as well. This is such important information to us. We spend a lot of time in this committee, obviously, talking about these issues. So thank you. And thank you, Ms. Hornby, and others that are still here. Mr. Gordon, thank you so much. Now, up next, we are going to hear from the folks from the ACLU. Megan Sway is here and Michael Cabetta is here. So welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us. Hi, Representative Warren and members of the committee. My name is Megan Sway, and I'm the Policy Director at the ACLU of Maine. I'm here with my colleague, Michael Cabeda, and I will ask him to introduce himself in a minute, but I'm just going to quickly go over what the American Civil Liberties Union of Maine is and some of the things you'll be hearing from us this session. We are the state affiliate of the National ACLU. So the National ACLU often sets our policies, but we set our own priorities. We started out in 1968 as a group of volunteer attorneys who volunteered in their off hours to help people whose civil rights had been violated bring court cases. And now, more than 50 years later, we have 13 staff members. Our mission is to defend the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and extend its promises to all people in Maine. We do that through three main ways. We sue people in court, we show up at the legislature, and we have a communications and public engagement team that does public education and does outreach in communities. We have many different priorities, which is why you will not just see us in this committee. We are in front of most committees in the legislature because so many bills touch on the Constitution. But in criminal justice and criminal legal reform is one of our big priorities. It has been for many years now, because we've been saying, and so now for more time than I've been at the ACLU, that mass incarceration is one of the civil rights issues of our time. It's one of the biggest issues. It is, over the last 50 years, as social services have declined, as healthcare and the housing stock has declined, the criminal legal system has really been asked to pick things up where other people are no longer in the community. And so we ask police and law enforcement to do things that maybe social workers would have been asked to do, or that caseworkers would have been asked to do. Some of the things you will hear from us this session, just to give you our top hits. We talk a lot about how criminal records and felony records can be barriers to recovery. So you all, and to joining the community. And I don't just mean recovery in a drug sense. Oftentimes people who commit crimes are experiencing poverty, are experiencing homelessness, are experiencing other things. And so as the committee of jurisdiction that thinks about the criminal code, we ask you to think about not only how people should be held accountable or punished, but what happens when that punishment ends, and how do you want to set people up for success after the punishment. We also talk, as I said, about using our resources wisely, which is, I'm really glad to have followed Gordon Smith, although he's a tough act to follow. We talk about if we shifted resources to social services, to mental health, to other places, and would that free up law enforcement to do police work, and are social workers better situated to do some of the things that we've been asking police to do. Finally, we talk a lot about the criminal code because that's what you guys are here for in this committee. And we talk a lot about criminalizing behavior or creating duplicative crimes. And so a lot of times when something happens in the community, we're all outraged and we want to do something. But a lot of times the behavior that has happened, it was already a crime in some way in the code. And so people will come to your committee and say, we need to make this a crime. And you will hear us come to you and say, this is already a crime in this part of the code. We don't need another crime. Something already exists to cover this. And we do that because we are concerned about mass incarceration. We're concerned about too many people in prisons and jails. And those are the themes you'll hear from us. Michael, do you mind introducing yourself and just saying some of the things you expect to be before the committee on this session?
Great, thank you, Megan. Representative Warren. I do not see Senator DeChambeau. I see Senator Lawrence, who I imagine is the ranking senator on this committee. So Senator Lawrence, nice to see you, members of the committee, many familiar faces. I'm Michael Cabeda. Kudos to Representative Warren for pronouncing my last name accurately. I urge all of you to never use it. Where I come from, we don't use last names. Refer to me as Michael. Megan has provided a pretty comprehensive overview of what both of us will be appearing before your committee on. If I had to add something, it would be that if we're successful in 5 years or in 10 years, a lot of the things that we talk to your committee about, we'll be talking to the Labor and Housing Committee about, or the Health and Human Services Committee about. As Megan alluded, our society has resorted to police, prisons, and surveillance to solve lots of social problems. And we nationally and locally are trying to change the system so that we don't do that anymore. Using the criminal law to solve social problems turns out to funnel people into second-class status. Megan alluded to criminal records. That's an issue you'll hear from me about throughout the session. Megan also alluded to homelessness. That's another issue you'll hear from me about throughout the session. I won't pontificate further. You'll hear from me as soon as this Wednesday. Very nice to see you all. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce myself.
Thank you. Questions for Michael or Megan? Wow. People must be, oh, I was going to say people must be tired. You'll be the first ones. Yes, Senator Searway.
Hey, good afternoon. Elizabeth, I was listening, and I understand, trying to get more out of the jail systems and the criminal systems. And I was wondering, on the, if you've looked at the pardon system and maybe targeted that more than trying to lessen the felonies and stuff like that, because one thing I don't hear from the Civil Liberties Union is the civil liberties for victims, because it seems like the criminals are all that you target. And it's, to me, it should be the victims are victimized and they have to have protections. And that's what I'm concerned about. And if we can somehow have at least that looked at and say, and I understand trying to get them out of the system, and I think that's great. And these diverted programs that we have, and more resources. I think that we used to have a lot of resources, and now we're down on numbers of resources, and I think that that's a real big thing. And I worked in the jail systems, and I saw some really good potential people that could have got out and done something with their lives. But I think if there was a faster way of pardoning them, if there was a situation where these people really deserve to be pardoned, then it seems like that would be a better avenue than getting rid of the crime itself that's actually protecting people. And that's what I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that.
Sure. Well, there's a lot there. There are protections in the code for victims. The thing about civil rights is the Bill of Rights is a code that protects people against the government. And so our role is really to protect people against the government. We work with victim rights organizations, we work with victim services organizations, but our role is a little different. And so we are not trying to harm people who experience harm from others or from the system, but we just have a slightly different lane. In terms of pardon power, we definitely are looking at that. And I think in order to really take on mass incarceration, it's going to require looking at all different facets. So we can't just do pardons, because the pardon is left up to whoever is in the governor's office. That is pardons and clemency is the exclusive purview of the governor. It's not the legislature's job. And so the reason we are before you talking about narrowing crimes or narrowing the number of people who come through is because that is your purview. That is what you have control over more than the pardon process. And so in our mind, it really is that you have to look at things from all angles. And that is not at all to say that pardons don't play a role in this and that pardons could really help people. And when we do a pardon campaign, I will come to you and ask for your support. So I don't know if I answered your question, but try to get at some of the different points. And we do care about pardons, but we also care about keeping people out on the front end when, oftentimes, as you worked in jails, you see that going to jail doesn't necessarily help. It may mean that someone is not out in the community for a while, but if you're in jail or if you're in prison, almost everyone is coming back out into the community. Almost everyone is coming back. And so that's some of where we're coming from.
Yeah, just to follow up, I just worry about the victims because I can tell you, I can count so many people that I dealt with. They were so afraid for those people to get out, and without any, way of getting them help. And I just don't want to see us weakening our laws so that people get harmed more. And I know there's a balance, and we're trying to balance that. But when I hear you say you're against government, I don't know quite what you mean by that.
Well, we look at the Bill of Rights and the rights that we as people, that you have, that each one of us has, that is protected from the government. And that is the Bill of Rights, and those are civil rights that we protect. And so it's not that we are against the government, we just know that government sometimes overreaches, and government has a lot of power, and the Bill of Rights is there to protect us from overreach. In terms of victims, we wholeheartedly support getting more resources to people who have been victimized by a crime. People need resources, they need to be safe. We are not an organization that is against safety, we just often have a different idea of what that means. And so we definitely support getting resources for people who have been victimized. We support safety and keeping people safe. And sometimes we just differ about how to get there. Michael, you had your hand up. I didn't want to step too far in front of you.
No, I wanted to add a couple of things to your point about pardons and about victim protection. We work closely with a couple of victims' rights organizations in Maine. One is called the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, and the other is called Survivors Speak United States, and the third is called MICASA. I can't quite recall what the acronym stands for, but these three organizations are made up of people who've experienced serious harm at the hands of people who are incarcerated. And on the criminal records bill that we worked on last session, for instance, we made sure to address all the concerns of victims' rights organizations. So this is something we absolutely care about. But as Megan was saying, if you take a view from outer space, look at the entire planet, you notice that in the United States, where 4 to 5% of human beings live, a quarter of the world's imprisoned population lives. And that's not because Americans are more violent and more prone to committing crime than people around the world, but because of the systems we've designed. And as Megan was suggesting, the systems we've designed leading to the United States being the number one incarcerator of human beings, possibly in world history, are one massive way that the state victimizes the people. And we don't want that to continue. This is the core civil liberties issue of our time, we believe. And this is not to attack corrections workers, but it's to say that the United States needs to improve itself in that particular way. And on the pardon point, pardoning our way out of this problem is like trying to empty a bathtub with a teaspoon. You could do it, it would take you a long, long time. And so we try to use many tools.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think the thing, Senator Searway, that's been exciting of late is a lot of research and data around. I mean, we've all spent a lot of time sort of assuming that we know what victims want. And there's a whole new collection of research and data happening across the country of what victims actually want. And they want the same thing we want. They want to be safe, which means they want, if folks end up in the correction system, they want people corrected, not punished. They want people helped. And so I think that is a place where we all overlap with the victims of crimes, that they're really saying, we want them, because we know they come back to our community, we want them fixed. We don't want them punished. And so I really encourage everyone to take a look at that data. It's recent, and it also can really change the way we look at the system, especially when we talk a lot about we should listen to victims. We should look at that data because it's really important data. Other folks, and any more questions for Megan and Michael so I can mute myself so my dog stops barking. Seeing none, our last, thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you both. Thank you for being here. And the last part of today, we have the folks here from the State Fire Marshal's office who are going to spend some time talking to us about MUBEC, because I can't remember what the building and energy codes. Rich, save me. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Representative Warren and Senator DeChambeau. Thank you for giving us a few minutes today to talk about MUBEC and what it means and where it's going and what it's doing. I did put together a little PowerPoint because I know I heard from this morning. This is a little dry. We're going to try to make it exciting. Sorry, no fireworks today, nothing on that, but we'll keep it as light as possible and go from there. So I'm going to share my screen. I also want to introduce Paul Demers. Paul Demers is with our office now. Many of you may have remembered Paul from his days from MBUIA. We stole him from the town of Kennebunk. He was there for 25 years. So we stole him, and he now works in our office with helping out with MUBEC and CEO training. So I'm going to do a quick overview of what MUBEC is. Then we're going to open it up for, we'll talk a bit about CEO training, and then we're going to open it for questions, and then let you fine folks take the rest of the day and be done with us. So let me share my screen. So MUBEC is actually, hold on a second here. So MUBEC and CEO training, as many of you know, in the 128th, I think, or second session of 129th, this was put into our office, and we inherited MUBEC, CEO training, the whole kit and caboodle. So what is MUBEC? People often ask that. It's a collection of codes, standards that are effective throughout the entire state of Maine. So the entire state of Maine is covered by the MUBEC, but enforcement is only mandatory in towns over 4,000, optional enforcement towns under 4,000. So what codes make up the MUBEC? Our office is the Fire Marshal's office. We, of course, have the NFPA codes and standards that we've been enforcing since 1959. Most of these codes that we're going to talk about started in 2010. So we have the 2015 IBC, which is the International Building Code, the IRC 2015, which is residential code. That's your 1 and 2 family dwellings, smaller residential type properties. 2015 IEBC. Now, the IEBC is the existing building. This is the code we use when the building's already there. 2015 IECC, which is the Energy Conservation Code. We also have the 2015 International Mechanical Code that is currently being worked on. This is one of the new codes that we were given to adopt. The MUBEC also covers ASHRAE standards, which are mandatory in the state of Maine, as well as the radon standards. So we have ASHRAE 62.1, which is indoor air quality, 62.2, which is indoor air quality for low-rise residential buildings, and then ASHRAE 90.1, which is energy standards. That's more on your commercial side. And then we do have the ASTM standard for radon. Now, ASHRAE, I did want to mention that that is an acronym for the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. And no, there will be no test on that later. So one of the things that we like to talk about in code is that these codes, most of these codes are prescriptive codes. These are codes that tell you do this or this. The IBC is more of a performance base that basically says you need to design this, and that's more for the technical side, for the engineers and architects. But one thing that folks need to understand is that any of these codes, there's allowances for flexibility, okay? So a performance-based piece can be someone saying, I can't do this, but can I do this? Is it of equal? And this is part of where I'm going to jump into the CEO training. This is where, with Paul, getting the word out and teaching these code enforcement officers how to enforce the code and how to use the code without making it, I use the word, overbearing. So we do have, since we now have the CEO training program, we do have the statutory requirement to provide training in 13 disciplines to all town CEOs. So this is not just MUBEC. We have many other pieces. I'll let Paul talk about that. Currently, there's about 400 CEOs. They get recertified every year, and the training has to be free. Can't cost the town a penny. So I'm going to hand the next piece here off to Paul. Paul?
Thank you, Rich. Pleasure to be before this highly esteemed group. Last time I recall being there wasn't quite as, I was in a different role. So this will be a different life for me. Started about 5 months ago with Rich. Glad to help with the training and education with the code officials. As he said, we do have a recertification program. The code officers go through basically some training, then take an exam on up to the 13 different disciplines potentially. The smaller communities that are not MUBEC towns are only focusing on land use, shoreland zoning, and their plumbing issues, unless they choose to be more involved with the MUBEC side. As far as the training goes, the recertification requirements are basically a 6-year window or cycle. And so within that time frame, each of the disciplines they're certified in have to be continuing ed credits to get them through. So we have, with this new program, or at least with it being in the Fire Marshal's office, we have updated our database and tried to make it consistent with some of the other professional licensing requirements in the state, bringing it up a notch, I would say, to that professional level where it belongs. We've been providing some weekly training, trying to fill in some of the voids that have been in the transition and through COVID. we're trying to provide some methods for the code officials to get some weekly training. We're also working with other agencies, updating old exams, and trying to get all of our exams online so that the access is easiest for the code officials and potential code officials. We've been working with the DEP, health engineering, and other agencies to update exams and again, secure quality training to try to make sure everybody's proficient in what we have before us. Currently, we have got some scheduled legal issues training coming up, which has been one of the items that probably has been the least addressed in the past couple of years. That'll give us a chance to help the code officials stay out of trouble, we'll say. We've also generated a program called what we're calling a day in the life training, which is what I'm hoping is a sales pitch to help sell the code profession out there and maybe get some more interest, because the code world, just like the rest of the building trades, are suffering from a lack of staff and a lack of people in the business. So the day in the life, we hope, will at least give everybody a feel for what's involved in our program. I'm really hoping it doesn't scare anyone away, but I'll let Rich scoot on to the next slide, I believe.
Thanks, Paul. So where's the MUBEC going? Where is it gone? So one of the big things that we undertook is updating the energy code. We were back in the 2009 energy code, and we decided to move to the 2015. Now some people may say, wait a second, it's 2021. Why are we going to the 15? Just like most codes, there are changes each year, and codes come out every 3 years. So the last thing we wanted to do is go from a 2009 version to a 2021. That's kind of like practicing for your driving test in a go-kart and then showing up in a Formula One or a Ferrari. It's just, we don't want to make that big a change. So we've actually finished everything. We're actually in the rulemaking process right now. The other part that we have done, we've actually adopted a stretch code, and that stretch code is for towns that wish to be more stringent for the energy. It is not a statewide code. So that is not required across the state. It would only be required in towns that actually adopt it. And one thing that we're pretty excited about is, you may have heard about mass timber or cross-laminated timbers. Those are a new building material. They've actually been around for years, but they're just gaining a lot of traction. And the problem is the building codes really haven't recognized them, and they're really not recognized at this time, except in 3 other states. We are the 4th state to actually recognize the use of mass timber and the cross-laminated lumber. So that's actually going through rulemaking as well. The great thing is those are produced in Maine. So we're pretty excited to be the 4th state to actually recognize these and actually be able to have these used within the state of Maine. The other part is we are working on other code updates. And that actually, I'm going to stop sharing now and put it back and say that is the short and sweet. I was 3 minutes over, not too bad.
You did a great job. And thank you. And we'll open it up for questions. Representative Morales.
Thanks so much, you guys. Well, I'm really excited about the mass timber as well. And I just wondered if you could just tell us a little bit, because my understanding of it is that we don't have to use steel as much for the structural support of buildings, and that we can actually build many floors. And I'm linking that to the housing, the great housing need we have and the high cost to build housing, including purchasing steel. And we have great many woodworkers in Maine. So just the fact that we have that, could you talk a little bit about what that means for this industry for us, if you can?
Sure. What it basically means is when we talk about commercial construction, there are requirements for certain size buildings. Once you get to a certain size, you need to be built out of a certain material and things such as that. That's why we never saw, you know, a 18-story building built out of 2x4s and 2x6s. You just can't do it. This material, when we talk about mass timber, we're not talking 2x6, 2x4s. We're talking big timbers. We're talking things that, you know, we see in old, you know, massive timbers. And those will allow us to build taller and bigger buildings with wood, which will help on many levels as far as cost and many issues. Paul, is there anything else you want to add to that?
They are basically solid panels. It's a lot of glulam product that is basically stronger use of wood as a natural product. And you have some limitations still within the code on heights, but you now can get up, I believe, to an 8-story building using the solid wood. And there are several examples of that at University of Massachusetts has some, University of Maine has been a leader in that program. And as Rich said, it's being manufactured in Maine, so certainly stands to reason we ought to support it as well.
That's great. Thanks so much. And Paul, is it fair to say, I'm sorry, Chair Warren, is it all right if I ask one more question?
Yes, please.
So you're new in this role. Is this sort of the shift from last session where we shifted into public? Yes. Okay. Yes. And so you're now taking this on.
I'm part of the shift.
All you working with our code enforcement. So, well, thank you. I think they'll be really pleased, right, to have someone to go to on the educational front. And I like what you're saying about how you're going to roll that out. I don't envy you because I think it's going to be challenging, but
there's a lot here, and we've got a lot of fantastic people already in the program. And again, those folks reaching out saying, look, I want to retire someday. We need some youth in this business. And that's part of the role here, I think, is to basically sell the idea. Being a code officer isn't always fun. Trust me. 25 years of that tells me there are some challenges, and I hope though that people will recognize it's a spot in your work life maybe that fits. Lots of contractors, and I think we'll find some help.
Thank you.
Great. I saw Representative Reckitt and then Senator Searway. Oh, Lois, you are muted.
I do not wish this dead computer problem on anybody else in the universe I'm dealing with here. I'm curious because we had so much conversation the last time about stretch codes. I think because I live in a city that is likely to either already has or might want to adopt one. Do you have any idea how many cities or towns in the state either have or are considering adopting stretch codes for energy?
Yes, Representative. My understanding is currently there are 2 that are actively discussing it. I have heard of a 3rd, but they're just kind of dipping their toe in the pool right now. It is right now South Portland and Portland are the 2 towns that are going to embrace this.
Yeah, thank you. That's good news, I think, for me who lives in South Portland, and Victoria who lives in South Portland, and Chris Kessler who lives in South Portland. But I'm trying to remember the whole kerfluffle that was going on about the codes last year. Did we end up adopting whatever legislation that was we were arguing about? Do you remember?
Yes, that was adopted. This was the one that actually moved everything and put it all under one house. Because remember, we had it split in a number of places. So it's all in one.
Okay. Do you think that that's going to result in a better implementation or review of the codes? I mean, is that going to make it simpler than it was before and here go faster?
Yes. Yes, I believe it will.
Great. That's it for me, I think.
Thank you. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question to, I guess, Paul Demers. Is there any way for code enforcement officers to come up with a commonality way to clean up their towns? Because I remember many years ago, I lived in Winthrop and they had like 11 locations that were really kind of like rat infested and really terrible areas. And they came up with some type of warning. And then after that, there was like a penalty or whatever. But I just don't see there's any common way for any towns to deal with these situations. And I didn't know if they could come up with a common answer to deal with that.
Current legislation on the books is one dealing with dangerous buildings and nuisance laws, which essentially incorporate the junkyard provisions. Those are usually the ones that empower a code official to be able to do something moving forward. Primarily in my experience, I will say that you need the strong support of the local municipal officials. It's a commitment, it's a challenge, and it's never fun. I mean, but it is something that is there through some legislation. Many local communities are adopting the property maintenance code as well. That is within the same family of codes. And I know a few communities that utilize that, which is a tool. It's not statewide, but it is one that is available. If that answers your question.
Well, not quite, because I think that if the code enforcement officers had one single ruling of how they could deal with these disaster areas that need to be cleaned up in their town, it would be a simple way. So everybody be on board. And it doesn't seem like that. It seems like everybody got to come up with something.
It is by far one of the biggest challenges that a code official deals with. And again, it's you get into the issue of rights of people that, man's home or a woman's home is their castle. And those challenges are never fun to face. But again, that's something within the statutes that are available that usually are a good tool.
Okay, thank you.
And Rich, did you want to add to that question?
Yes, Senator Searway, one of the hard things is because each code enforcement officer works for their own municipality, you have basically 400 different ideas of how it should be done. One thing that we could address it with is Paul and I can have this discussion where we could maybe put out a training and some guidance, and that may, how can I say, smooth some of the edges where some of the folks may go, hey, here's a plan, we can use this one.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. Any more questions for Rich and Paul? Oh, yes, Representative Lookner.
Hey, sorry, I just I'm pretty new to this conversation, but it's my understanding that the state by law is obligated to adhere to the most recent standards within 3 years of the IEEE. Is that correct? And when do we think we'll adopt those standards from 2018 to the 2021 standards?
Well, Representative, thank you for the question. The statute that was passed last full session actually said that we can be no more than 2 versions out. So currently we're in the 15. The 21 has basically just been released. The 21 is our next how can I say, our next challenge, we'll start looking through the codes to then adopt either the 18 or the 21. It would actually make sense to go to the 21 so that folks can actually get some, how can I say, traction under this. But that's something that we continue as a board to review these codes as they come out.
Great, thanks. And just a quick follow-up. So how are we making builders and municipalities aware that these new standards are coming out, and what are we doing to expedite the process? How can the state move that forward?
That's my challenge.
Yeah, it's a challenge. So we have our board members. We have an 12-member board, 11 voting members that actually cover design professionals, retail lumbermen, home builders, commercial builders, and all of the above. So once they spread the word to their folks, then it's upon us to get the word out through training and information and stuff like that. So we get the word out as far and wide as we can.
Great, thanks for that.
Senator DeChambeau.
Hello, I'm still here. Well, Rich, I apologize if I insulted you. I love codes, you know that. It's not boring for me, and the same goes to Paul. Paul is very well known in my area. Just a comment to make what people were saying, and I think anybody who's worked in municipal government knows this already. If you don't spend the day in the office of a code enforcement officer, and especially if you are an elected official, just to give an example, and I think we all have those examples, it took a very horrific fire where 2 young men were killed. And when they discovered it, it was an illegal apartment. No egress, and they just died in this fire. And it took the municipal officers basically to tell codes, drop what you're doing and let's start attacking these apartments and going. And they did this for a few months. That's the headache of a code enforcement officer. When you open up a restaurant, someone's got to go and inspect everything before they open it. They've got to go again. I have a high, appreciation of all the code enforcement officers in the state of Maine. So when I said that, it was tongue in cheek.
I know.
But it is boring unless you love it as much as you do. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator, I've always told everybody when I teach code, I say, if you have insomnia, please let me know. I'll give you a book. It'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Great. Well, unless there are any more questions from the committee, I think we have achieved our goals for today. Great. Thank you both for being here. Senator, any announcements from you or from Jane, I know, about scheduling before we head off? Please.
That we added something on Wednesday that I don't know if everybody knows about. There are 3 public hearings on Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, Dr. Ryan Thornell is coming to talk to us about the health contracts in the Department of Correction Facilities. So I don't know if everybody's gotten a notice about that. So I want to make sure you all knew. 2 o'clock Wednesday.
Jane, along with Dr. Thornell, I saw where the director of WellPath, probably, I don't know if that's his term, will they be joining him also to answer questions about?
I think he has been asked to bring that person with him, but I don't know whether he's able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Deb, do you have anything for us? Okay, well, thank you all. And
Charlotte, I just want to
yes,
say
please.
thank you for taking over. I was in VLA, interesting bills on absentee voting, and they've continued it. Even the speaker has a hard time passing his bills. That's a good one. So thank you for that. And well, no, it's difficult. It is difficult. So you guys can go have dinner. I've got 3 more Zoom meetings till about 8 tonight. So
I do too. Remember that Senator Searway, I don't know if you're joining us tonight for the town hall hosted by the Maine Municipal Association. I sent it out around again today. There'll be Chief Mills from Augusta, Chief McMaster from Hollowell, MMA. It's the first of the town halls that they're doing. And I sent it back out again today. That starts at 5. And then I have Greater Augusta Utility District where I get to talk about wastewater and sewer. So my life is like really exciting.
Wait, Representative, you should tell them what the Greater Augusta Utility District is called.
We just refer to it as God.
Right.
I am a trustee of God.
Charlotte,
Yes.
Charlotte, just quickly, I'm going to try to come into that town hall, but I've got a
great.
4:30 meeting that I will try to get out of as fast as I can. But do you think it's awful if I don't show up till 5? Am I going to like?
Not at all.
Okay. All right. I'll
No, it
come as
doesn't
soon as I
start
can.
Yeah, it doesn't start until 5.
Right. And my other meeting's at 4:30, so till 5:30.
Yeah,
So
I think-
I'll get out as fast as I can.
Yeah, sure. No, I think it's whenever you can make it, if you can make it. So,
Okay, great.
yeah,
Thank you.
All right, see you all on Wednesday.
Bye-bye.
Bye.